our Assistant Planning and Zoning Director, and move forward. And just to expedite the evening, unless you have a question about clarity of one of the slides, we'll have staff members go through the entire presentation and then have time for questions and discussion after that. So Bruce, if you're ready, by all means, we're happy to have you here. And Bruce is going to talk about the downtown historic designation, and I've asked him, just within the body of his comments, to tell us a little bit about where those sort of variabilities are from, you know, what may come to us as a Historic Preservation Commission recommendation and where ultimately a mayor and commission recommendation can go. So, thanks, Bruce.
Very good. Thank you. Good evening. I want to take a few minutes, thank you, and talk a little bit about how we got to where we are with the process for the Downtown Athens Local Historic District designation. As you recall, in January of this year, there was a moratorium resolution that was passed that put a stay essentially on any demolition for the downtown area as defined as the National Register district that is not currently locally designated as a historic district. And as an addendum to that resolution was for staff to start studying the potential for a new district or for new designations to come before you, and leading some staff on our part, as well as a small battalion of grad students, and lots of community input, we have finished up a 10-month process to pull that research together. The other thing I wanted to take a moment and kind of remind you that was a little unique about this process is we did come back before you in June in a work session format, and we brought a couple scenarios before you because our research was starting to turn up some really interesting stories that expanded our research beyond that initial moratorium boundary. And with some discussion and y'all's guidance, we ended up expanding the research area, not the moratorium boundary, just the research area, to also include the west side of Doherty, the west side of Pulaski, and the north side of Doherty. And the reason for that is the themes that we're researching on, and this is how local district designations move forward as well as national registers. You kind of pick the themes of history that you're looking at. We had African American history, we had 20th century architectural history and institutional history. We had automotive history, and this, particularly the western side of downtown, tells a very unique story, far different from the core of downtown and far different from the east end of downtown. So we did modify those research boundaries in June. And what you see before you on the 11 by 17 sheets that came out is a clarification of those study boundaries that's a little bit better to see than the smaller views, the smaller maps that were originally attached with this item. And I thank Commissioner Wright for picking up on that. And so what we did was we took the information that was requested and we portrayed it on two maps. Rather than having multiple sheets of paper, we tried to take that information and put it on one view. What you see on the screen and what you have before you is a view of all of the districts that are currently in place, both National Register and local. You also have the areas that we studied. So the area outlined in blue is our current local historic district. The area with the hatched dotted line is our National Register boundary. So everything in the National Register boundary that is not inside the blue line is under the moratorium and was part of that initial study area. The June amendment picked up those properties to the west and to the north, and we have information included in the agenda item report that is coming before you for your consideration on all those properties. What that language in the resolution did was it created a little island, though, of three properties on the east that were also not in the local district that we currently have, but were definitely within the National Register. So we had to deal with them too. So we picked up on two pathways on how to handle this. Those three properties to the east, we decided it would be more appropriate to look at an amendment to our current district rather than creating a whole new district for three properties. That didn't make a lot of sense, and our guidelines, frankly, our design guidelines that are already adopted work very well for those properties. So you have one agenda item coming before you that deals with those three properties being an amendment to our current local historic district boundary. On the west side, though, we decided the period of significance, the story that was told there stands on its own, and it really lends itself to its own western downtown historic district. And so that's the proposal that's coming for you for those western properties. As part of our process, it's built into our ordinance. As we go through the research and as we prepare our reports and we do our editing, we come to a point where we have an open house for all the property owners and all the stakeholders, and frankly, anybody in the community who's interested. And we had that meeting. We had a mild turnout. The folks that came were very engaged. We answered their questions as best we could, and we've stayed in contact with nearly all of them as we've moved along. But that moment is a trigger for us to also send out a survey of owner support and tenant support. And what I want to show you next is that view of the responses that we've received so far, and that's the other sheet you have at your place. So let's focus our attention on the East End first, the 3 properties that would be the amendment to our current local district. The owners of those properties have been very active in working with staff, have come to us, have done incredible due diligence on this process and educated themselves about the rights and responsibilities of designation. And I think thoughtfully have responded to this with opposition to being designated. On the west end, you see the results that we have there. Everything outlined in red is someone expressing opposition. If it's outlined in red, that's the owner's response. If there is a dot, that is a tenant response. The areas in green are folks that are in favor of the designation. And it doesn't take long to interpret that map, and you kind of relax your eye and you kind of see where the support so far has come from. Those outer edges that were added to the study area, I think that was valuable research. I think it was work that was worth doing because it does create a record for us moving forward. But a lot of those property owners expressed opposition to this designation and, again, spent a lot of time getting educated about it before they expressed that opposition. What I want to talk a little bit about is procedurally, where do we go from here? Now that this information has been pulled together, we still have some responses kind of trickling in. We received 2 just this morning. But by and large, I think we've had the full blush that we're going to get before this comes before you for a vote. The moment that we're in now is consideration of the report as it was received. I always explain it as an academic document. What you're going to be reading is something that isn't really based on the pros or the cons of owner support. It's based on the story of the history of the areas being studied. And so you have photographs and you have history in front of you. This point forward, though, marks a change in the deliberation to where typically we see this kind of information factored in to the deliberation. And in talking to some of you individually with questions about this process, it has come up. Where do we go from here with amending or changing these boundaries for study or for ultimate designation? And the guidance that I'd like to give is that if there is a desire to shrink the boundaries, we certainly can't expand them because these are tied to certain actions that can't be undone, but they could be reduced. I ask that you kind of consider those steps in light of the academic exercise that's in front of you. What I would ask you to do is to think about the period of significance. Is that appropriate? Did the period of time that we studied ring true? And I can tell you that the academic exercise has said that it does. 1804 was our start, 1970 is our end. That seems like a really long time. And it does pick up some properties that I think some people are sort of shocked, especially folks that have lived here a long time and may not have an emotional attachment to them, as others do, that we found those properties to be considered contributing to especially the Western District. But if there is a determination to be made to shrink those boundaries, sometimes it's best just to come right out and say, this particular resource should not be in. And to not necessarily alter the period of significance, because there is an academic quality to that. The history is the history. The story is the story. If there is a piece of property that should not be designated and made subject to our historic preservation ordinance, that's a separate thing to say out loud. And so that's the one piece of guidance that I would give you. It's okay to move forward with this and to not necessarily designate everything that was researched. I think the research in and of itself is the thing that's important for starters. And I thank all of you for giving us the opportunity to do this. This is a part of town that we as a staff have never really dug into very much, and I enjoyed it. And I know Amber did, and all the graduate students working with us. But if you want to reduce those boundaries, I would suggest you not, you can, but I would suggest that you not lean on the period of significance and maybe look toward the resources themselves as being somewhat out of character or somehow out of bounds, for lack of a better way to put it, for what the community expectations are as we grow. And I think you could make a case for that on the north side of Doherty. I think you could make a case for that on the west side of Pulaski, should you choose to. I don't want to talk too long. I'd rather answer your questions, should you have any. But I appreciate your time on this and happy to entertain any questions you might have.
Commissioner Hamby?
Sure. I have a question about, I have a few questions, but the first one is the Athens Downtown District Amendment. And Bruce, I want to say this, when a couple of years ago, Commissioner Horde and I, when she was on the board, were looking at Cloverhurst Avenue that goes from Stanton to Springdale. And we're looking at seeing if there was an appetite for a historic district on that stretch of the road. We got run out of the neighborhood twice from that standpoint. You remember that?
Yeah.
But there were two properties on the end there that did want to join the existing district. And we were told at the time that in order for that to happen, we'd have to open up the whole other district to another survey and to the whole process again. So why is that different from what you're saying right here?
That is absolutely a on-point question. We asked the same question as staff to make sure that we weren't in a position of potentially backsliding or taking this in a direction that nobody really wanted to go. What we found was, and we had some help with our attorney's office in kind of reading this through, that adding to does not open up the previous designation. In some of the other instances where we've had some reluctance to open up a review, it's been because we wanted to take a property from a non-contributing status to a contributing. But in this case, adding to the boundaries, we've been advised that does not open the entire district up for discussion. It is an amendment in that it's adding to, it's not removing from.
Well, that was the case back then. It was adding to, and I was told something different.
You were, and we had different research that was done at that time that didn't feel comfortable.
So I could go back to those folks and say, you're welcome to join this district now if you so choose.
I think it seems fair to do that.
Okay. The second question I have is, certainly some of these properties that you have listed in the district aren't contributing. They were built within the past 5 to 10 years. I mean, specifically, I know Game Day around the chamber building and the insurance office there. I mean, those are fairly recent. So I guess I'm wondering if they're non-contributing and we're including them in a district. I mean, why would we want to necessarily make people upset like that?
Okay. And this is a discussion we've had with, I think, every single condo owner in Game Day.
Right. And it's a discussion we have on every historic district, but
yeah.
I mean, but your suggestion is if we wanted to remove those properties, look at it from a perspective of not a period of significance, I guess, but where they are because these are all on the fringes of the district.
Yes, and the thing to understand about designations too, there are contributing properties that, by virtue of the research that we did, we found that they are remarkably intact. They've kept their historic significance.
Right.
Non-contributing properties are just as valid to designate because it gives you the opportunity to allow for growth on those parcels or on those properties, but make sure that it follows in a way that doesn't take away from the historic character that's created by the contributing properties. So there's a bit of a yin and a yang relationship between the contributing and the non-contributing. With regard to the non-contributing that are on the edges, Game Day in particular, I think academically we would not have included it other than the fact that the bus station and Game Day are on one fee simple parcel. And so when they're connected, we erred on the conservative side because I think everybody agrees as does the person who holds title to that condo line for the bus station where the restaurant is. They want to be a part of it, at least in the conversations we've had. Now, they're interested in hearing how this discussion goes, but those two developments being on one fee simple parcel meant that it all got carried forward, for lack of a better way to put it. If they were pulled apart, we might not have looked at them that way.
Commissioner Herod.
Thank you. So as I'm looking at your map with the green boxes and the red boxes, and the green dots and the red dots, it seems to me that basically the area bounded by West Washington, West Clayton, North Lumpkin, and Pulaski, those people seem to be interested in participating. I guess on the other side of the street on North Hull, I guess that's the building with Manhattan in it. What is it about that block bounded by West Washington, West Clayton, Pulaski, and North Lumpkin that is leading most of those people who have expressed an opinion to want to be in it, and pretty much everybody else downtown does not want to be in it?
Tricky position to be able to put words in somebody else's mouth, and I think those people are going to participate when public comment starts. But in the conversations that we've had with some of those property owners, I think I feel safe saying they feel like they have what they want, that their development expectations have been met, and they are not as concerned about what designation might do for future development potential. And so I think that block in particular shares a common view of the development condition that it's in. I think that's the common thread.
And so without having, delved into the report, so you talked about there were different, you looked at different time periods, there were different aspects, some were architectural issues, some were use issues. Mm-hmm. Is there anything about that particular block that unifies the block? I mean, is it all of a particular historical, a temporal, a time era? Does it all share a common architecture? Does it share a common functionality? Or is it just a mishmash of different time periods, architectural styles, functionalities? It's just that everybody in that block, for the most part, wants to be in and everybody else doesn't.
I think if you had to look at West End and pick one block that had a sampler platter of all the issues, that's the block.
Okay.
And so in that case, I wouldn't look at it as a mishmash. I would look at it as a nice representative slice.
Pastiche.
There you go. That's the word. The themes that we looked at, one of them that is just outside of the period of significance, but that everybody asked us about, was music history, local music history. 1970 is a little early for when Athens really kind of hit. But this block and the institutions that are on the far west end of that block are certainly anchors of a lot of those important moments. And so designating that as a nice placeholder for what could be future significance 10 years from now that we can write into the designation report.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Link.
I am interested in how many of these buildings are owned by local residents. I think that's something that should be considered, and how many of them are, motivated by investors from outside of Athens, looking to cash in on the student housing boom. I know many of the property owners who are in support of this district, and they are local business owners, and they're uniquely Athens businesses are thriving because they're in these historic buildings. A 40-watt club couldn't thrive at the bottom of a 6-story student housing complex. These very unique restaurants that are not necessarily conducive to the student population, they're allowed to thrive in what was once the working class, kind of light industrial and African-American part of downtown. The upper part of downtown was more, the merchant shopping district, but this was where you went to get new tires for your car, or, the Quality Warehouse was once a tin shop. So I'm interested in looking in, I mean, and some of these properties are all owned by by single entities. There's multiple properties, but they've come under ownership of single entities. So I'm interested in looking at some of that information, which can easily be found on the tax maps if anybody does some poking around. But, you know, this is all that's left of Athens' unique local music and art culture. It's all that's left of our African-American downtown business district. And I can tell you for a fact that there are outside big-time developers eyeing this area. And this is our last chance of saving the very culture that put us on the map, quite frankly, and preserving some semblance of the thriving African-American economic activity that was part of our downtown culture once upon a time, which is not really much left of that anymore.
Commissioner Edwards?
Mr. Lonnie, when can we expect to see the result of all of the research that your department conducted on this area?
The agenda items are on the way to you.
Okay,
Yep.
So
Okay.
that'd be Friday
That
when
would
our
be-
agenda report's posted.
Okay.
okay. So, could you walk us through the next steps? So we're going to receive your report, digest your findings, which are sort of represented by this map. Then where do we go from there?
At the agenda review session, we'll be back to answer questions that you might have. If there's any sort of direction that's given that evening on things that you want to do, to the content of the report, to the analysis that's been provided, we're happy to do that. We'll take that direction at that time. One of the things to know about this is the moratorium wraps up the 1st of February. So we do have some time built in if the moratorium timeline is important to this group to move forward. Frankly, they're two independent things. The moratorium could end and your deliberation on this could continue, should you choose that. But we do have some time built into this process where if there needed to be a pause or some additional analysis or question and answer, happy to do that. Otherwise, we're on course for the first Tuesday in December for this body to take action on those reports that are coming to you.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, Bruce, could you talk about the tax freeze elements? And I'm also interested in other tax benefits from historic designation, including the ADDA's facade grants. I know there are state and federal programs out there for revenue-producing properties, tax credits for the renovation of historic buildings in historic districts. Can you talk a little bit about that and the benefits that property owners can get from those tax breaks?
Sure. The tax freeze program is something that a lot of people are obviously very interested in with the designation process. To be eligible for the tax freeze program, and this is a local program that's enabled by state law, but it's administered locally. And I should tell you how that program works. If somebody's eligible, their assessed value is frozen at today's amount for a period of 8 years. In the 9th year, it's adjusted upward 50%. And in the 10th year, it goes back to 100% of full value. The assessor's office continues reassessing the value during the life of that program so that they know what to do in year 9 and year 10, but your tax bill doesn't reflect those reassessments. To be eligible, you have to be both in a National Register district, you have to be locally designated, a contributing resource to that local district, and compliant with local zoning law. So if you hit the mark on those factors, then you're eligible to apply, and it's a one-time application.
And anything that's a church or a nonprofit owned, it's moot.
Correct. It doesn't really help them.
So taxes have gone up in downtown properties 15 to 20%, it appears, in the past 3 years. From what I've read, particularly when it comes to urban environments where you have a lot of, very dense, or the ability to develop very densely, historic districts can be can help stabilize property values. Can you speak to that at all?
there are a lot of studies that have been performed that do show over the long haul that local designation can serve as a stabilizing factor. That's an excellent word for property value. Part of the reason why that has been found to be the case is that design review element, that there is a level of consistency towards new development. It's not that new development can't occur, it just answers the question of how. And that has helped stabilize values and keep it from sort of the swings and misses that can sometimes happen with a fickle market.
And maybe Commissioner Hamby can talk a little bit about the ADDA's facade grant program and how that's benefited property owners in the existing historic district.
It is, but it also applies to anybody in the downtown district. So regardless if you're in
So
the
it's
historic
not just
district
in
or
the
not.
historic district?
Right.
Okay.
Commissioner Wright?
Thank you again for these big maps.
Sure.
Really helps me process this information. I think another element that I'm looking for, and maybe it's already going to be in the agenda packet, is the number. Okay, so we have the number of properties, let's say X number, that's X property owners and X tenants, and I don't know which is the same, like an owner and the tenant are the same, the owner versus a tenant. Can you chart that out for us within the national boundary? That's just in the dotted thing. Is that going to be a chart? I don't need to know names. I just want to know address. Property owner says yes, tenant says no. Property owner is the same, stuff like
We
that.
could create a table of that. It's in a narrative format in the agenda item. We did sort of a summary of that. We didn't go property by property, but we could do that.
Would that be helpful for anybody else? Or maybe it doesn't matter. That would be helpful for me to see that charted out, because I'm interested in, there's outreach that we have time to do to talk to people. There's people that didn't respond. I'm not going to be hounding anybody, but I do have additional questions, and that kind of information will help me process. And that's just within the national boundary.
Commissioner Harris?
Okay, not the full area that was researched.
Not all the red boxes, just because, like you say, those are outside, just what's within the dashed lines, which
Okay.
is the national boundary of the west side.
Okay. Be happy to.
I'm not worried about the amendment one either.
Okay.
Commissioner Harris?
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm not really sure who to direct this question to. It's probably not to Bruce, but maybe to the manager. So my understanding of what's been happening with property taxes downtown is that they have been increasing, but the principal reason for that, I understand, is that property didn't sell for a long time. A lot of property didn't sell for a long time downtown, so they didn't have really good comparables. But now that some properties started to move, there are more comparables, which has affected the valuations of property downtown. So could we get some kind of information? I don't know whether it would come from the tax commissioner's office, tax assessor, I don't know who it would come from, but just to get a better idea of what's been happening downtown, because the reasons for the increases in the valuations, my understanding is it has to do with that there are now more comparables than there might have been 3 or 4 years ago. And I would just like to have that either confirmed or shot down.
You got it.
One relatively minor detail question, and maybe this is for Judd as much as for Bruce, concerns the property that was referenced as being a single parcel that includes both the former bus station as well as the large condominium structure. And as you can see on that map, that single property is divided by elements inside the National Register District and outside the National Register District. Attorney Drake, could there be a version of a commission-defined option that would include the bus station but not the condominium complex?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like the opportunity to research that and
Okay.
determine that. I don't know the answer, but I will confirm and email the answer to the
All right,
commission.
great, and I'll follow up next Tuesday when we have this conversation at agenda setting. Commissioner Link?
I'm interested in that too. I'm also interested in the legality of when you have a building that is clearly a contributing historic building, but it might have an addition on it that is not so historic. Is it possible to designate that addition non-contributing?
That's how the evaluation of the property is prepared, is to recognize that the property as a whole is contributing, but there are some non-historic additions that have occurred over time. So that's all.
Even if they occurred in the period of significance?
If they're during the period of significance, then they are historic and they are contributing.
They're
just of a
automatic.
different time.
Could we come up with a CDO that would render them non-contributing? Because some of them may not be within the character of the original structure.
It would be a little odd procedurally for staff to kind of navigate a building that has two designations or two designations of contributing versus non-contributing. We usually see it as a tipping point. Either you've got enough going on that you can be contributing, or you don't have enough going on and you got to fall into the other pile of non-contributing. And that report, once you see it, I think will make some sense. We did provide some analysis on that.
Do you have anything to add to that, Attorney?
I'll be happy to take a look at that as well. Your question is whether you can do a commission-defined option that renders a portion of a structure as non-contributing based upon its
Yeah.
character.
Some of
being-
these structures have seen significant alteration, and it may have been before 1970, but it, in many ways, detracts from the structure, even though the overhaul thing has been declared contributing. And there might be potential for, better addition to the building, more compatible to the historic structure.
Well, and I guess I should also kind of point out the difference between landmarks and contributing properties within a district. A landmark property, and we have several, the triangles on the map indicate the existing landmarks we already have. The Morton Theater, the Presbyterian Manse, the Fraternity, all of those properties, we would look at all four sides of the architecture. We would treat the site as being contributing and important. When you're contributing in a district, there's a little softer review on those rear elevations and those non-visible elevations. And certainly, additions that may have happened over the course of time, that's where you can start to peel away structure, and it's A-OK according to the design guidelines. The challenge would be if we had non-contributing on a rear addition on the back of a restaurant. If you have too easy of a path taking that off, it reveals something underneath that we have to deal with. And I'm not saying this very clearly, but if we have one set of rules to work with, it's a whole lot easier to talk to a property owner than to say there's some mysterious point inside a brick line that becomes contributing. And it's hard to understand where that point sometimes happens.
I have a question about the Catholic Church at 100 Prince. From the conversation we had earlier, you said they were very interested in being part of this district because of those tax benefits and potential rehabilitation benefits.
Yeah.
But I don't see a green box around them.
No response yet.
No response. Okay.
But verbally, they did participate
Okay.
in that open house, and
Yeah.
we're excited about the opportunity for that building to potentially have some tax benefits to it.
Yeah.
But you'll notice the National Register boundary doesn't reach to that point. So there'd be some additional designation work that would have to be done with the state to make them eligible for the tax freeze.
And Bruce, just while we're talking about that specific property, could that be in form of a landmark designation?
It could happen separate from this process or become a landmark, absolutely, but we'd still have to deal with the National Register issue.
Does landmark designation, does it have kind of a higher standard of review? I mean, I've sat through a couple landmark reviews on HPC, and it seems like they're a lot more particular.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, I know the plans are for this structure to be a commercial structure, which I think, the landmark designation might impede some of the commercial redevelopment of it. Yeah.
Commissioner Davenport?
Yes, just one. I have a question, Mark. I like to write jot notes. So you mentioned something about expansion. We can't expand. Well,
Well, the information, you can expand, it would just restart the process.
okay.
I shouldn't have said it quite the way I did. With the information we have available, it's easy to reduce to expand, we would need to revisit all the documentation that we've done.
Okay, and follow-up question. So if we decide to go to Western Downtown Historic District, development can continue to happen, there's guidelines.
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. And Bruce, I know you talked about it a little bit, but I guess I'm wondering if, since we have the agenda item coming Friday, basically, are we going to be able to have this map updated with the feedback from those property owners that are missing here, just so we have a clearer idea going into that? Is there an effort right now happening to reach out to those people who, such as the church and the other lots?
We've been working kind of through normal channels to reach out to those folks. We've certainly engaged Historic Athens to kind of help us get the word out. And I think this item coming before you this evening helped spur the 2 responses that we got earlier today. So it's possible we'll still have a handful of things coming in, and we will certainly update it, as best we can prior to that meeting.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. I know a couple of folks who are planning on responding. I'll reach out to them.
All right, Bruce, thanks a ton. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
everyone. All right, coming up next in just a moment is going to be Keith Sanders. You might remember that several months ago, we looked at the intersection of West Broad and Hancock, and there was some feedback that the commission provided about what were sort of necessary components. Should there be a reconstruction of that intersection, potentially with a roundabout? Some of the conversation revolved around ensuring that some of the side streets continue to have access to either Hancock or West Broad Street. And staff has done some work. They've done some public outreach. And so I think Keith is going to walk us through that, and we'll look at some options and a staff recommendation. Thanks,
Okay.
Steve.
You ready? Good evening. Thank y'all. Appreciate being back. I'm going to go through our normal process and slides. Try to go through quickly, limit this as much as possible. We'll go over the history, what input we've done to date, what some proposed roundabout options are, the budgets, next steps, and then get your comments and questions. I'm not going to read these to you, but they're there for you to look at. We did start this process back in January, right after the referendum, very soon after referendum passed, and we picked up on information that started with the West Broad Rising. They were the group that put forth this project, and so we've had several meetings using their meetings and being one of the items on their agenda. We did that back in March and before we came to you last time. We had several items on that last agenda report that you saw. One of the directions you gave us was to go back and break that up into multiple items. One was this GDOT approved roundabout that we're looking at, and so you asked us in May to take another look at that, which we've done. GDOT did notify us in June that they would fund a portion of this project, basically about $2.7 million. Part of that is in construction, parts in utility relocation, and we'll get to that breakdown a little bit later. Alfred Benish and Company is our consultant for it, and they've have a sub-consultant, Kimley Horn, who has extensive experience in roundabouts, and they're going to present part of this to you tonight. So we have had these public meetings again in October, and our online comment form went live October 30th, and we'll take those comments through November 24th, and then we'll update agenda report and design options based on those comments as we come back. I just put this up here again. I'm not going to read it. This is the project statement that was approved by the voters that's leading our work in this efforts. The roundabout came about because of the need for pedestrian improvements. It does help with traffic improvements, and yes, GDOT is looking at it and funding it based on traffic improvements. But we think it is very much also pedestrian improvements. And with that, I want to turn it over to Mark Lenters with Kimley Horn and let him walk you through the actual roundabout options and designs that we've looked at.
Thank you, Keith. I'll start with a quick recap of just what a roundabout is. You've got a couple in town, Tallahassee, Whitehead, and South Millage and Whitehall. So you're familiar with roundabouts sufficiently, but for the sake of the audience as well, what is a modern roundabout? It's not an old traffic circle. It's not a rotary. They tend to be compact, and they have traffic circulating in counterclockwise direction. Traffic in the circle has priority, so entering traffic has to yield and find a gap in circulating traffic. And the approaches are channelized, and by virtue of the circle and the approach alignments, we can achieve speed control sufficient to get drivers entering to yield. At least the compulsion to yield is there because of the geometry, and then you add the yield signs to reinforce the regulatory rule, which is to give circulating traffic priority. And of course, they're designed to slow speed, so they're conducive to pedestrians and access nearby roundabouts as well. So the preventable collisions, the angle collisions, the high closing speed collisions, and severe injuries that result from crashes in signalized intersections on failure on red and left turn collisions, they tend to be severe, and they occur without warning in many cases. We try not to design infrastructure that fails without warning, so roundabouts are kind of a just-in-time solution for some of the crash statistics that we've been seeing around the country. I think there's roughly 8,000 deaths per year on U.S. intersections. That's a really an astounding number when you think of it in terms of personal cost and human cost. Preventable collisions, roundabouts around the year 2000, in fact, a report published independently by Insurance Institute for Highway Safety said you could reduce injuries by up to 80%, injury and fatal crashes. So people like myself who used to do a lot of road safety audit work with intersections found that this became a very attractive tool. I've been doing roundabouts for about 19 years, helping communities embrace and accept roundabouts as a viable tool, and clearly you've done that. So one of the things that has come up over the years and continues to repeat itself at public meetings is the concern about how pedestrians don't get a signal at a roundabout. They don't get a push button. It's essentially what you see is what you get. And so we often compare, and we did this at the public meeting last week, was just to show them what the pedestrian experience is so that they understand that crossing at a traffic signal isn't as safe as we think it is. And in fact, the statistics show us that crossing at traffic signals is less safe than crossing at roundabouts nationally. We've got enough information now to report pretty confidently that at about 1 in 10 signals there'll be a pedestrian involvement crash every year, and the statistics at roundabouts are less than 1 in 100. In fact, it's in 1 in 1,000 roughly for roundabouts where ped crashes occur. So you can see that the driver turning left and the driver turning right are often looking in a different direction for oncoming traffic, and they don't look for the pedestrian in the crosswalk. So even though we feel safe because the push button tells us it's a walk signal, it doesn't mean it's a guaranteed passage. And with the roundabout, it feels less safe, but that actually makes for a more assertive pedestrian. And the fact is the speeds are lower and the driver's only looking in one direction. So we try to help pedestrians understand that their sense of safety is low, but the true safety, the real safety afforded by the roundabout is actually better than at traffic signals. And still there's some work with drivers, there's some enforcement issues that come up. Roundabouts can be a bit messy that way, but we're seeing the benefits. So communities are embracing them and working really hard at education. And so I have to put a plug in for that, because if you're going to launch into using more roundabouts in Athens-Clarke County, you have to bring up the education along with good design practice. I can say that from a lot of experience with communities, that to get the safety benefits of roundabouts requires driver and public education. So placemaking, what can roundabouts do? With the central island, with the greening up of the intersection, this image on the right-hand side, this was all pavement area before. There were channelized movements, the access in and out of the service station was difficult. So we're seeing, some comparable context and situations to the broad Hancock intersection where it's not pedestrian friendly. You add the roundabout and we'll see that you bring in a lot of the edges. There's more greening up. The pedestrian wayfinding is much clearer. But you can see placemaking is one of the features that roundabouts can provide for an urban area, especially for a gateway intersection to an urban area, which we see. And this is an example of that kind of thing, where the roundabout is effectively a speed break in the traffic coming from, say, a commercial area to an institutional area, or a transition into a residential area, as it would be for West Broad. Let's see if I can get that going here. Okay, so we've got a little bit of a video And this helps at public meetings, especially when we're talking about multi-lane roundabouts. Let me get this one. Yep. And just so people appreciate that traffic continues to move, but it moves through slowly. There are gaps for other traffic to enter. If you watch the upper part of the screen, you'll see a little bit of delay, then the truck can go. A couple of cars that are crossing this path, slow that driver down, so it creates a gap for the truck. And it tends to be fairly dynamic. It's hard to describe in words, but when you see it, you can appreciate the circulating traffic gets priority. And with the multi-lane condition, what's really important is picking the correct lane on the approach. So the combination of, in this case, overhead signs or ground-mounted signs gives the driver the clues they need to know what lane to pick. It's really not much different than a signalized intersection where the left turn is from the left lane and the throughs from the middle lane and the rights to the right lane. In this case, all three lanes can go through, but this inside lane's a left turn lane. Similarly here, you see conventional arrows for left movements and for throughs, and they stay in lane, they don't cross lanes. So a well-designed modern roundabout with multi-lane can be quite effective. Drivers get through and they don't often know, now that worked really well, how did I do that? And so you'll get people surprised, but they'll always be the person that isn't paying attention to the signs and they won't quite get how to pick a lane and they'll end up crossing lanes. But they tend to be forgiving. Even when someone comes up and makes an incorrect left turn, everybody stops and they feel so embarrassed and they get out of the circle and there's rarely ever a crash. So they tend to be self-educating. So let's move through. So in the follow-up study goals, you asked us through staff to go back and take a look at things like connectivity and pedestrian accommodation. Local street connectivity was the one glaring omission in this design. The plaza essentially became a dead end with the GDOT option. Now, the emphasis being on vehicular movements with the GDOT option, they still made a connection with Hancock as it does today, but then you had some restricted movements for the south leg of Hancock, and you could still get in from the south leg here, but the big impediment was it breaks up your local street network and connectivity. So things like emergency access become a problem, even though it improves pedestrian wayfinding and access across the intersection. It didn't improve vehicular. So some of the goals were let's see if we can't add some local street connections, and you'll see all the different options we have are essentially variations on improving local street connections and improving access to businesses, wayfinding, and essentially showing how the pedestrians can get around the intersection, and of course the placemaking. So you have the sort of commercialized area to the west, and then as you get into town and the housing, and you get some more of the residential feel that the roundabout provides a speed break. So I agree with GDOT. In fact, I peer reviewed GDOT's option when it came forward in this previous version. We had a version that connected. This one was more cost-effective, and Georgia DOT has to consider that in their options, but Athens-Clarke County has interest in pedestrians, wayfinding, and street connectivity. So on balance, there has to be a solution that meets both those objectives, and I think we found one. And the public looked at it, and they agreed with our options and gave some other suggestions we'll show you. So here's one of the options that we presented to the user group, October 24th. They didn't like the fact that this one doesn't allow a left out from the plaza. We show it as a right in, right out. So we added to the GDOT concept this idea we could create a right in, right out movement. The GDOT concept didn't have this additional right turn lane filtering through and joining up with a 3-lane cross section. So we added that because the West Hancock entry was a single lane on the GDOT concept, and that would fail shortly after opening. I just did a follow-up analysis to show them, and we haven't submitted it to them, but it showed us that the West Hancock entry as a single lane would not have sufficient capacity with the GDOT concept. So we added this other lane, but we created this right in, right out from Plaza. So it's a partial movements improvement, and Glen Haven gets into West Hancock, so we complete the road network that way, but it's still only partial moves. Option 1A is just really the same as option 1, but it shows this elbow connection. So now the left turn that comes out of the circle can go up and reach the plaza. And it's closely spaced, and we even found room for the bus stop. And West Hancock comes in, still the 2-lane entry, lots of capacity to get through a bypass. The thing about the bypass, as you can see, there's almost no geometric speed control on it. So we would recommend that be raised crosswalks and an RRFB or a pedestrian push button flashing, amber flashing device, so that the pedestrian gets a little more comfort and the security, safety crossing in the face of this higher speed movement. Not so desirable, but you'll see another option that actually improves on that one step further. So we go to option 2, which received a lot of positive comments because it really established a better connection to Plaza, no right in, right out, the elbow, fewer turning movements, more direct connection. So again, the GDOT concept added the right turn lane from Hancock, and then really the only difference is getting the Plaza connection. So options 1, 1A, and 2 are fairly close in scope, and I'll show you some of the pedestrian movements in a moment. The Hodgson access becomes a right in, a right out, and a left in movement. So GDOT felt that would be beneficial, and to cut off the left out movement that occurs today without signals. And that's the low priority movement in terms of capacity, and it experiences the most delay. But there's ways that can be reached through the roundabout, and we'll see how our animation comes out. So we've got the right turn movement out, we've got the left turn movement in, and then we've got a U-turn movement to go all the way around. So it compensates for the absence of this left turn. Now the U-turn movement can come around, and then from the circle they can get back in and make the right in if they're coming from the east. And that's similar with all options. So this treatment is really the same on the GDOT concept as in all the options that we explored. Our focus was really the local street connections and the pedestrians. So the church access, how would the church get access? Because the West Hancock Avenue connection down here on Broad would be cut off to a right in, right out. The left in movement wouldn't be permitted. And so we look at the different movements. You can see the dotted line. There's the U-turn. So if you're coming from West Hancock on the north side, you would come through the roundabout, make the U-turn, and then a right turn in. So the church, these other uses down here, it gets quite busy there. I've seen lots of parking. Coming out of that, making the right turn, and then a U-turn in the circle to get around. Again, all low speed, so this is a crossing movement, gets into the inside lane, makes the left turn, gets the right of way in the circle. The driver doesn't have to yield to other traffic once they enter the circle. So that would ease that movement. The Plaza access options, option 2, the right in, right out. Again, it's similar to options 1A, but it just shows this left turn movement that wasn't provided in the GDOT concept. Okay, moving to, showing the other movements, the right turn in and the right turn out. So essentially using the roundabout, you can gain full access to Plaza, even though it's cut off down here by the plumbing mart. The barber shop property doesn't get impacted. There's going to be some retaining wall work up in here. The grading's a little bit steep, but it can be done for a local road like that. It's a bit tight with the funeral home, but we think we can get through there with a little bit of retaining wall and grading. Pedestrian paths on option 2. So one of the main emphasis for the SPLOST program is to ensure that this area gets improved pedestrianization. And we'll show you some of the purple lines. You can see the pedestrians coming to and from the church, and from, say, the housing development, and to the east, they can work through. These are short crosswalks. They're only looking in one direction at a time. They cross in Refuge on the median, and then they look in the opposite direction for traffic coming from one direction, and generally at speeds of 15 to 20, 25 miles per hour at the most. From other directions and looking at the Plaza, again, along the east side and the north side, crossing with refuge islands, and then with a raised crosswalk potentially on the higher speed bypass option. So there's short crossings, good visibility of drivers, good visibility from drivers. And these supplementary devices like the rapid rectangular flashing beacon have been around 7 or 8 years. They don't ensure a safe passage for the pedestrian, but they certainly alert the driver to the presence, and they flash on a 1-second interval with LED, so they're quite bright. And they can be supplemented with state law crosswalk signs or even illuminated bollards in the median areas where the pedestrian gets a refuge. So going one step further with that and coupling the RRFB push buttons with a raised crosswalk, you get additional speed control, which, as I mentioned on that bypass lane coming from West Hancock down to Broad, it's a pretty straight shot through there. And I think I recommended that we raise the crosswalks. It's a single bump speed hump in a sense. It slows traffic, but it's been found to actually improve the pedestrian crossing times. There tends to be less wait time. Some national studies done on 24 roundabouts with raised crosswalks showed that blind pedestrians actually had shorter wait times at these crosswalks than at traffic signals, waiting for a signal to change. The only thing about the roundabout is the audible clues are not available to the blind pedestrian, which is a bit of a problem. And electric cars, of course, doesn't help that situation. So, there's some training involved for visually impaired, but this has been shown to be quite effective for speed control and for shortening pedestrian crossing times. So a roundabout option 3 takes West Hancock in, and again, we showed this we talked about showing this at the public meeting. I don't think we actually did show this option, but we thought we'd bring it back and just, for full transparency, say, we did look at this, but this created a lot of extra turning movements to get to West Hancock. Yes, it connected the plaza conveniently, but the higher traffic volume is actually on West Hancock, and we'd still need the bypass lane in here that would impact this corner property, but it would effectively combine those two streams and create a more square roundabout intersection. Circle's roughly in the same place. We still have some of the impacts and retaining walls on the east side of the circle, but we square up the approaches and create a little slower speed for the right turns coming off of Plaza and West Hancock. So this option didn't receive a lot of positive comment because it essentially created a very circuitous movement, even though it connected Plaza. Then looking at options backtracking, GDOT did investigate the signal options. We added the local street connections just to show that they could also be made with the signal option. But I should point out that because these were not in the preferred list for GDOT, they wouldn't fund a traffic signal if Athens-Clarke County chose to prefer the signal over any other improvement. GDOT wouldn't be contributing to this improvement. And I think, Keith, when you go over the cost tables at the end, you'll talk in more detail about that. So there were a couple of options with local street connections and the signal option. It still had the right in, right out, and the Hodgson Drive traffic, the church access, somewhat restricted, but effectively it kept the intersection fairly compact. It didn't reduce speeds. The signals would require maintenance, and the pedestrian safety concerns would prevail. So you'd still have higher speeds through the lights. You'd have a longer crossing for pedestrians and no guarantee of safety as compared to roundabouts with lower speeds and shorter crosswalks. And this expensive realignment at the top of Plaza is part of that. So there's, again, other options similar to the roundabout variation with the local street connections. You could realign West Hancock and then connect it to Plaza and down into the signal. Again, a fairly compact improvement, but I don't think it achieves the goals of improving pedestrian wayfinding and crossing safety. And again, GDOT wouldn't fund any part of this improvement. So we thought, well, let's look at, based on the comments we got from some of the folks in the room here as well, that why not look at a 5-leg option? And geometrically, it's the most efficient way to converge all of these local streets when you have an unusual road pattern. It's ideal, but it has it's expensive. It's just expensive. I like it because it ties the local road pattern in. It's excellent for placemaking. It provides very good vehicular access to local streets. It's short on the pedestrian crosswalks. We haven't drawn them in, but you can appreciate that it actually gives back greening area in front of the barber shop. It doesn't impact behind. It has about the same impacts on the housing development. I think the daycare in here. We're spotting a couple of very large trees that we're trying to avoid with placement of the circle. And again, the access that I showed for the driveways and the local development would be about the same. But it's ideal in terms of overall geometry. It's just very expensive. And Keith will outline just how.
So we have looked at all of those options, and we're presenting the pricing to you here. roundabout option 1 is labeled 1 because that really was the user group's first choice going into, prior to getting public comment the first time. And as you can see here, the estimated cost for construction and contingency in this first group of lines here really tells a story about the construction. There are some differences in the lines right below it. The engineering number does change a little bit from option 1 to 1A, 2, and 3. And then 6, the engineering goes up higher. Also, the right-of-way acquisition is lowest in option 1, and it's probably highest in option 6 because if you go back and look at option 6, we do have additional right-of-way that we would have to acquire, properties that we would impact, stream buffer, probably would end up having to pipe this stream through those 3 pieces of property. So that really is driving the cost up for option 6. Now, we do eliminate the impact to this property owner, but we pick up these 2 and part of that 3rd, and then within the buffer zone and the stream. So when you're looking at the pricing, that is the one reason the option 6 is so high are those costs, and then ultimately it ends up leaving nothing for other sub-projects within that project in the T-SPLOST program. So running through the lines, option 2 is the choice that, based on the public comment we've gotten to date, that the user group is recommending. When the agenda report comes to you, option 2 will be the one that is listed as the user group's preferred. We have some additional public meetings coming, and that may change. Their preference and their recommendation could change before the vote meeting in December based on that public comment. It is not the least expensive option. That leaves about $700,000 for other projects, where option 1 leaves about $1.2 million, $1.3 million for other projects. I will say that if you liked option 1, it does leave just the right in, right out on Plaza. You could come back later and put the hook in that was shown in option 1A. It's about another $500,000 in cost. You could come back and add that later if you wanted to go the least cost and save the most for the other sub-projects. So, but right now, option 2 is the one that is coming in the agenda report. As I said, we do have public comment coming Thursday at H.T. Edwards in the atrium. We have been taking online comments, and we will continue to take those. And then the user group will get the comments from the public meeting and the online comments, and then we will reevaluate prior to December 3rd when it comes up for your consideration. If there is a change from that comment, then we would make that in the agenda report at that time. Ultimately, the next step, the agenda report's asking for permission to allow the concept to proceed to preliminary plans, which is the next phase to go in for GDOT. We do need to try to take action in December if at all possible, because we have some reports and things that have to get back to GDOT by March to stay on their schedule for this project. And also, as part of the agenda report, we'd be asking to allow us to continue to use the on-call contractor designer to finish this project. So with that, we're ready for your questions and comments.
I believe we've got some questions for Keith or Mark. So Allison Wright's hand first.
Keith, could you send us an email that shows us the other T-SPLOST projects in this bucket? Sub-projects?
We can. Yes.
Yeah, would
Yes,
you just summarize that and then get that to us in an email so we can see what the remaining funds?
Well, the big project that was in the agenda report that came forth last time, that there was a lot of, I think, public comment against, and I think Behind the Rail was also not really in favor of, was the Waddell Street sidewalk, was the big project, which is one reason I think you directed us to break them and split them up. The user group has not looked at a whole lot of other sub-projects yet because this one is the most pressing. We can give you some list of things that were on the comments that we were looking at before, but we have not gone through and priced out all the other items that could come out of that.
So there might be some topics under this subgroup without their price tags. That's fine.
Okay.
Just the actual topic.
Sure.
Not the dollar amount, but just
Okay, we can do that.
understand.
Certainly
Yeah,
do that.
don't dig up those numbers. Just the list of
Okay.
what they are. Thanks.
We can do that.
Commissioner Harris.
Thank you. Well, that kind of follows up on, or precedes a little bit maybe my question. So I get that option 6 is the most expensive, but at the same time, we're possibly doing something that might be there for 50 or 75 years. And so I would like to know what the other options are as well. I mean, $1 million, whatever, 1.2 million or whatever it was, I mean, it's a lot of money. But at the same time, I think we need to do this right the first time. And I know that Commissioner Neesmith might be about to kill me here, but there's $4 million in T-Splosh money for Atlanta Highway. Does this count as Atlanta Highway?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Just asking.
You live in the boonies, don't you?
Just asking. Well, I didn't know definitionally wise from a legal point of view. Okay. So then the other question I had is about the two big U-turns.
Yes.
So, I mean, I really like roundabouts. I was a big advocate of the one on South Millage. I'm European. We like roundabouts. We do them all the time. So they are superior in pretty much, I think, every way to four-way traffic lights. However, those two really big U-turns that you're talking about have the potential, in my opinion, to really block up traffic down in the bottom left-hand corner here, and then I forget where the other one was. My question is there no possibility whatsoever of acquiring some land or something that would mean that you don't have to have those big U-turns if you're coming down Hancock, or not Hancock, but if you're coming out of here,
Right. You actually
going towards Atlanta Highway, and then having to do the big U-turn.
Right, you had a couple of places. If you were coming out of Hudson and want to go back towards town, then you're going to have to do a U-turn. If you're coming out of West Hancock and want to go towards the Alps, you'll have to go through the roundabout. Or if you're coming from downtown and want to get to here, then you come and do the U-turn. So you have really two major places you're going if you're.
No, I understand that, but I guess what I'm asking is, if you were to zoom out a little bit more on the map, is there any way that people that wanted to come down from the bottom of the map to turn left, instead of having to go all the way through the roundabout, is there another access road a bit further down on the map that they could go along so that they don't have to do that big,
No, I was going to go back to that draw.
do that big U-turn?
And while Keith is looking for this, I mean, I worked adjacent to there for 8 years, so I think rather than the U-turn movement, if you're coming from downtown and were interested in going to Hill Chapel, what any kind of regular church member or kind of user would do is take a left just off this map on Evans Street and then take an immediate left on Deering Extension. And that's the road that parallels West Broad Street that goes right behind the auto parts place.
I mean, I guess if you're not familiar, if you're from out of town or something, you might not know that. Maybe there would be some street signage or something that could encourage people to do that. Because I do think if you're going to think about how slowly people, you got to wait for, I mean, I'm assuming there would be a left turn on the traffic light, but it still takes a long time for people to do that 180-degree
Right.
turn as opposed to a 90-degree turn.
Yeah, I mean, you know, practically speaking, you could cut a left turn in here, just as you have it here, essentially opposing. I think we actually had a concept that showed, you know, restricted conflict U-turn is what they're referred to, or R-cut. And so this would be just mirrored on this side, and you would make that movement in here. So one of the U-turns could be mitigated.
Does that complicate this too much for the average driver?
You know, it would be a left turn slot, just like this. You would come out of the roundabout, and where it's thin here, it would just continue to stay thin, and then cut down, and then it would be hooded, just like this is, with the extra median. So it would be a short storage lane, but we're not talking about heavy turning movements, or when they are, it's likely when the road isn't so heavy, so. The discharge pattern for roundabouts tends not to be platoons. There'll be times when, you know, for game day or, you know, events coming out, that there's a steady stream of traffic coming out of town, but it's not likely that that's coupled with a heavy demand for the church.
Okay. And my final comment is on the raised crosswalks, the photograph that you have in your slide.
Oh, yeah.
mean, you guys are the traffic engineers, not me, but I would suggest that you have it raise a little bit, a lot further in front of the crosswalk that you have shown in the photograph. Yeah, I know this is not what we're talking about, but.
The ramp is about an 8%, 1 in 13. You know, this concept has been borrowed from other countries where they've retrofitted roundabouts with this type of design. And unless has some steepness, it'll be difficult to get the speed reduction.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, you see where the triangle bit is on the approach, the chevron thing there?
This here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's right in front of the crosswalk, but have it
Have it
further
displaced.
back where your red arrow is.
Yeah, that can
So
be
people have to slow down much further, much
Sooner.
sooner before they potentially interact with a pedestrian in that crosswalk.
Yeah, we'd have to check and see if that complies with manuals and best practice, but I take your point's well taken, that you want advance notice. Yeah. The departure side of this is a single, I mentioned it's a single bump, a ramp, so that fire trucks and larger vehicles buses especially, will just have the ramp up and then a gentle departure.
Yeah, the
That's-
departure bit's less important.
Yeah, that's been, but I see, yeah, point's well taken.
Commissioner Davenport?
Yes, I have a series of questions. They're good. So can we go look at, like option number 3, look at the median? Currently, there are some trees right there. Will that be torn down to,
In this area?
yeah?
That-
Well, no, excuse me. Well, the medians in front of Hill Chapel.
No, they'll be enhanced.
Well, all of the green area would lend itself to the potential for being planted unless we're making the other left turn cut into here. There are trees further up. I don't recall, I drive it every day, and I don't recall, is there trees right in front of that section?
Crepe myrtles.
I would
Not
assume
that
that
far down, though.
could probably be left or be replanted in something else.
Okay.
The green was done to show, areas where we could do some landscaping.
And on slide where options 6, 3, and 2, and 1, there's a red dot at that business at the corner. What does that mean?
Indicates that we would probably need to acquire that whole piece of property.
Okay. And
And that's included in the estimate for the right-of-way
Okay.
acquisition number that's on the cost slides.
Under right-of-way.
Yes, ma'am.
that's it.
So it looks like it's about.
Is that it, Commissioner? Okay. Commissioner Link?
Yeah, as someone who travels through this intersection on the reg to access all kinds of stuff going on in this neighborhood, I don't have a problem with those U-turns because there are so many ways to access into this neighborhood. I mean, and I seem to go a different way every time I go. Sometimes I'll go down Rock Springs and go through the neighborhood. Sometimes I'll go on Minor Street. Sometimes I'll go on Hancock. Sometimes I'll go on Evans. And also Hodgson Drive is very low trafficked. So there's really not too many cars that would be making, certainly not more than one at a time that would make that U-turn. I'm not too concerned about those. I think it's essential that we talk to the folks who live on the plaza because they have not necessarily been invited to these public input meetings. The plaza was not considered as part of the West Broad study area, so they didn't get the initial mailers to these meetings. Right. I've been trying to reach out to them since this came up, so I hope that there'll be a bunch of them at Thursday's meeting. I'm curious about if there's been any communication with the two businesses that are proposed to have this road, the plaza, cut between them. Has there been any outreach to them as of yet?
There has been some initial conversations.
Okay.
Just to let them know it's out there and
I mean, I see this as, I think it's essential that we maintain Hancock's access to this intersection. The neighborhood is called West Hancock for the sake of history and the historical sense of place. Hancock has always been the main thoroughfare through this neighborhood. The plaza kind of came later, more mid-century. And I think that this left turn into the plaza could help with some traffic calming. There are some speeding issues on the plaza. It could help with some of that and some of the cut through. But it's essential that we address traffic calming on West Broad and on Hancock. I just got another email from a constituent today who emails me regularly about crashes on West Hancock, especially at that Billups intersection and the speeds coming down that hill. I'm just really scared that people could be, there are random yahoos that go 20, 30 miles over the speed limit, and if they hit that roundabout at those kind of speeds, it could be disastrous. And the same thing goes for West Broad from both ends. This is at the bottom of 3 hills, so I'm hoping that as part of this project, we can address traffic calming further up so we can get those speeds down before they even hit the roundabout, and stuff like planting trees. West Broad has almost no trees on it. It's got a 6, 8, 10-foot verge and there are no trees in it. That could help, expanding that median with trees. And I'm excited about these raised crosswalks. I was under the impression that those were not allowed on these collector streets. I know, is there an issue there?
Yeah, I should try to be a little more clear on that. So the raised crosswalk would be on the bypass. GDOT hasn't approved their use on state routes yet.
So it would be on the Hancock end?
It would be on the Hancock
So
side.
Hancock is allowed to have raised crosswalks, because some of my constituents were told
just
that
these
speed
two.
bumps weren't allowed on Hancock because it was classified as a collector street, and I was kind of told the same thing about Boulevard.
It's a more elegant version of a speed bump.
Yeah, so these kind of, what do they call them, speed tables?
Yeah, it's a speed table.
Are okay for,
Yeah,
okay.
and they've been researched on the basis of improving pedestrian
Mm-hmm.
accessibility, not so much speed control. They happen to do, they do the speed control very well, but they elevate the crosswalk also, and that, a more visible pedestrian is going to help the crossing accommodation.
Well, I am concerned about there being just a small amount of money left to address some of these concerns internal to the neighborhood. But from what I recall, the expensive projects internal to the neighborhood were these sidewalk projects that were very expensive and required retaining walls and property acquisition. But I feel like we can focus on things like speed bumps and four-way stops that are very cost-effective that could solve some of those traffic calming problems. And you have low speeds through a neighborhood, you really shouldn't need sidewalks. So I would like to see that list of other projects and hope that we can get real creative about seriously focusing on traffic calming in these neighborhoods and making it so people can safely walk in the streets and share those streets and safely cross this intersection, because this intersection divides what was once upon a time a very unified neighborhood. And I think it could really help with economic growth in the whole area, and trees. We need some trees on West Broad. Prince Avenue has a tree every 10 feet. We need trees on West Broad. I walk down that street once in a while in the middle of the summer, and it's like the surface of Venus.
Commissioner Denson?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I have a few questions. So on starting with option 2, which is, like, as I hear, the favored one at this point, I'm curious what would happen to the extension of Plaza, that property there.
We wouldn't want to give up the street. We would still probably have utilities in that. It could be perhaps turned into some green space, perhaps, or we haven't come up with a function for it, but we would not want to turn it over as dedicated right-of-way, because there are utilities
Okay.
that would in there we'd need to retain.
Okay, yeah, I think it becomes definitely a good option for some green space, and I like that.
And you still need access to the barber shop, comes off of that end of that street, so.
Right, okay. And let's see, on option number 6, I do agree with Commissioner Harrod. If that is the best option, and we're looking for a long-term solution here, I think it's important for us to have the solution that's gonna give us the most, the longest, resolve here. I know we asked for the list of the sub-projects. I would also like to see maybe the manager's office give us potential funding sources for the additional $299,000 that would be needed to actually pursue option 6. I'd love to see what those options could be. And on the raised crosswalks, so y'all are saying that right now the raised crosswalks are only being discussed for the Hancock
Yes.
part.
Yeah.
And right now, it hasn't been approved by GDOT to actually use in the traffic circle itself.
Correct, on any of the other, state road crosswalks.
Okay, are we trying to pursue possibly having those in place, or at least asking to see if we could have those in place in the crosswalk? I mean, in the actual traffic circle itself, or?
Certainly, it's a topic of conversation, with roundabout policy at Georgia DOT, but it just hasn't quite, reached a point of becoming a pilot study or a sample project somewhere. But there has to be a start somewhere.
Okay, so it's something that we would at least look into to,
Yeah, the reason it's a single, rise and not a double bump is because of arterial roads. That's, states and other countries have found it necessary to improve accessibility on arterial roundabouts, and that was the reason for it. So there's a national study on it. It's NCHRP 834, and it's pedestrian accessibility at channelized intersections and roundabouts. And the key purpose was to look at raised crosswalks and how it improved accessibility for visually impaired.
okay, all right. That's good to hear then. And then to the talk of the U-turns on Hodgson and also coming away from Hill Chapel, I also don't have as much as concern about it. A left turn out of Hodgson onto Broad is a terrible idea for multiple reasons, and I think should be discouraged whenever we could. Anybody who tries it once won't try it again. Especially whenever you have that faster traffic. I know we're going to slow it down, but still that faster, more continuous traffic come off of Hancock, it's kind of hard to look out for when you're trying to, there's just so many things that you have to actually try to get around when you're going left on Hodgson there. I have experienced this myself. And then on the Hill Chapel, I think people who actually attend that church regularly would actually just take Minor Street, exiting and arriving to the church, and she just can take Hill Chapel Street, which connects on the Minor. So I don't think that would be, I would doubt a lot of churchgoers would be doing the U-turn aspect instead of just going to Minor Street. So I don't have as much concern about that either.
Commissioner Edwards, Commissioner Davenport again.
When we relocate utilities on this project, I like to see utilities buried to clear up space for pedestrians, and I hate seeing utility poles in the middle of a 3-foot wide sidewalk. Is that within the realm of possibility on this project? Instead of just moving some wires around, can we just sink them under the ground and have a nice open landscape? Be safer for vehicular traffic and more beautiful.
It wasn't included in the cost estimation to bury overhead, but poles can be moved into right-of-way that's acquired, so sidewalks can be standard,
Yeah.
5 foot, or where they're shared potentially up to 8 feet.
Thinking about the long term, I find it to be a superior policy to bury utilities. And as a matter of course, for governments, there's an upfront cost, but it's recouped in the long term through prevention of power outages caused by falling trees or crashes into power poles, fatalities. So I don't know how my colleagues feel, but I know it's something I've talked with Commissioner Hamey and Commissioner Wright about for the next T-Splost round, burying the utilities on millage to gain more real estate for a better sidewalk, protected bicycle lane. So it's just something I'd like to put into the conversation for the commission to consider. When we invest millions of dollars in these projects and we think long-term, I'd like to see that put into the equation. Please.
Commissioner Davenport?
Okay, just, for the red dot, and when we say that we're going to acquire that property, that means they're gonna, we're just gonna relocate them, or?
That would be their choice whether to relocate or close shop or not, no
Okay.
longer operate a bit. But if we needed to acquire the property, we would have to approach them and do that. And there is a potential for relocation expenses to be part of the
Okay.
cost of what they're paid, and those numbers are factored in as well.
And option number 3, there's a little north of,
More.
near the north of Plaza, there's a little cutaway. Is that really necessary when the traffic's not that heavy and the existing property owner can use that existing driveway to get into their property?
You're talking about this here?
Yes.
Or this here?
The one at the top. That
One at the top, this direct connection?
That's correct.
Yeah. Yeah, that could, it'd be tight here, come out here, it could be angled differently. It's a question of, they have the access to Plaza today, they have a driveway out here today, so, we're just imagining different ways of providing access, but there's flexibility there to do it either way,
Okay.
either to Plaza or just to Glen Haven.
And last question, option number 2. And I just want to make sure that that's a preferred option. Okay, so if I'm coming from downtown going to Atlanta Highway, and I'm taking a right turn into West Hancock, and everyone else, so at the bus stop right there, I know it's hard to predict, but do you see any problems with traffic congestion if I'm coming off of West Broad, going to West Hancock, and there's a bus stop right there and 2 at the very top? Yeah, and you got it's sad on my street, and you got a street going into Plaza where somebody may be stopping to go into Plaza, backing up traffic in the roundabout.
Yeah,
That's that, right?
this isn't detailed very carefully, but you're hitting on a good point that a driver wanting to make a right turn here has to be able to see past the bus, so that the separation from the through lane and the sight distance could be an issue here. So, yeah, that has to be worked out on the details. It's a question of, trees, right of way, grading, but it can be done. There is space here to push the bus a little farther over to get it out of the path of this driver needing to look up West Hancock.
Okay.
If that's what was that what you were referring to?
And just going west or going east on West Hancock.
Yeah, going
Do you
this
s-
way.
That stop has been removed. I don't know,
Okay.
it's not I don't think it's being used any longer, just outbound on West Hancock.
Okay. That's it.
Commissioner Herrick?
Thank you. So just going back to the conversation we had a few moments ago about option 6, I know that the staff recommendation is option 2, but I think I heard you say from the podium that in the grand scheme of things, you thought option 6, if we're thinking long-term, is possibly a better option, but it's $1 million more expensive. What is it that option 6 gives us that option 2 does not?
Well, option 6 takes away high-speed traffic coming off West Hancock and going past and coming through this area here. So the impact, the raised crosswalk issues, speeds are cut down, there's geometric deflection built into Hancock, so coming down the hill, they have to slow down, enter the roundabout, and then, wait for a gap. So it just really creates a speed break from all directions. And it improves the pedestrian crossing, shorter distances and lower speeds. So when I say it's preferred geometrically, when we evaluate roundabout concepts, there's really 3 quantification measures: cost, safety, and capacity. In terms of capacity, this is the best option. In terms of safety, it's the best option. In terms of cost, it's the worst. Depending on what emphasis you put on which of those 3 criteria will determine the outcome. If you try to hit a blend, it's going to weight in favor of option 2 because it provides the capacity. It's reasonably safe. We'll raise the crosswalks, we'll mitigate some of those concerns, and it's cost-wise a cheaper option. So even though I express preference to this because I just like what it does, there's some qualitative measures that make this desirable. The placemaking, the better street connectivity, things that aren't so easy to quantify, but you appreciate the benefits of them.
But in terms of, for pedestrians, this is the best option. That's what
This
you're
is
saying.
has the shortest crosswalk and the lowest speeds in the crosswalk areas.
And so when, this is going to come back to us in December, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
I mean, is it possible, I know you said you hadn't worked this up, but how much effort would it be to basically work this up to a fully fledged option in the way in which you worked number 2 up, or the others up?
A few hours of driving.
I mean, like I say, I understand it's more expensive, but if we're thinking 50 or 75 years down the road, over that long time period, that's not really a huge amount of difference in terms of money. I mean, it is right now, but in the long term.
Commissioner Lane?
Yeah, I can tell you that the folks who live in these neighborhoods who were sold this T-Splosh project, $4 million for transportation improvements in their neighborhoods, this roundabout is not necessarily their top priority. This is a top priority for the greater community at large, but those folks are most interested in traffic calming in their neighborhoods, safety within their neighborhoods, being able to walk around within their neighborhoods. Option 6 looks good on paper, but I am not in favor of piping that stream. That poor little stream is stressed enough. I kind of was a little bit put off by option 2 at first because I thought it was kind of weird making that jag to access the plaza. But the more I think about it, the more I realize that will solve some issues with speeding on the plaza. Happen to make a couple little turns to get onto it. By the time people make those turns, they'll slow down a little bit. And I like the idea of creating a green space right here. Once you remove access to that end of the road, there's a whole lot of opportunity to take advantage of that stream bed, that stream frontage, and create essentially a little gateway park that can enhance the whole neighborhood, especially if that property is acquired, that plumbing supply property, which is built right on that stream. I mean, that poor stream is really, really stressed. And it really would be nice to be able to, improve the buffer around it and contribute to the health of the stream. And by piping it for, I don't know how many hundreds of feet that is only going to degrade it more.
Just a couple of quick questions, and maybe Mark or Keith or both could answer. Whether we're talking option 2 or option 6, is there a ballpark construction timeline estimate?
This is on GDOT's let schedule, not until FY '24.
Okay,
So their construction funding is FY '24.
so that's when it would begin. Do you know about the duration of construction time?
18 to 24 months.
Okay. And then, Mark, just given your familiarity with application of roundabouts, could you imagine some upstream benefits further west on West Broad Street? One of the long-term things that I'd certainly like to see for the community is that some of our gateways have aesthetic improvements, and there's just an enormous amount of asphalt for the next couple of miles. I think it's the only surface road into our community where you've got 3 travel lanes in each direction and a center turn lane. Could you envision, obviously, this is yet to be determined, but could you envision that better traffic flows at this point could eventually mean that we may be able to reduce the number of travel lanes on West Broad Street west of here?
Not by virtue of this roundabout, but the principle of wide nodes and narrow roads, came about in the 90s when roundabouts first appeared. Planners realized that you didn't need a 6-lane road to service the traffic because the congestion was at intersections. So what we're seeing is under this umbrella called complete streets, roads get dieted from 6 to 4, and the roundabouts provide the solution at the intersection so that you don't need additional mid-block lanes. So it's conceivable you could put a string of pearls, going out of town with other roundabouts and road diet, the 6-lane road. This is a busy piece of 6 lanes, so you'd have to do a study to look at the congestion effects, but this roundabout is providing better capacity than the signal. So it was cost beneficial from GDOT's perspective. that it actually saved time, and time is, equal to labor cost and money, so they do a cost-benefit comparison.
So conceivably, if we see flow improvement here and then see flow improvement at the King Avenue signalization and flow improvement at the Alps Hawthorne signalization, collectively, we then may be able to have some reduction in lanes.
What's common to see is in commercialized areas with roundabouts replacing the signalized intersections, it improves local access. It smooths the speed profile through the whole corridor, so you don't get a hurry up and stop effect. You tend to get improved travel times. There's a number of really shining case studies around the country where a series of 4 signals was replaced with roundabouts, and the speeds went down, but the travel time also went down, which you'd think speeds would go up. But the average travel time through the corridors actually improved, and they had fewer lanes, and they organized access better, and it just created, it improved commercial development. There's some studies that showed that the tax base increased because the area became more intensified in commercial use. So that's a whole nother conversation about the benefits of roundabouts and development, but that's, anyway.
No, that's helpful, thanks. Commissioner Link?
Yeah, so this, I mean, I wish we could totally narrow this road, because honestly, I feel like it's built wider than it needs to be. Once upon a time, it was the primary way to get to Atlanta. That was like your exit out of town to Atlanta, but since 316's been improved, and game days, I'm always shocked when I go to the West Broad Market on game day, and I'm like, oh crap, I'm gonna get stuck in game day traffic, and there's no traffic here. I feel like, that traffic is coming in from other directions, and it's totally calmed. I'm wondering if there's been a traffic study in recent years to see if this capacity is maybe more than is necessary. I mean, yeah, it gets busy at, certain very particular times of day, but that's life in the big city. Most of the time, this stretch of road is pretty empty.
It's a common vision. I mean, I work in Dallas, and the city of Fort Worth has a thoroughfare plan that designates all major arterials with 6 lanes, and they've decided to keep the right-of-way but never build 6 lanes. They'll use roundabouts where they thought they needed 6-lane cross-sections. They're building 4.
I'd love to see one of those lanes go away and have some really great protected bike lanes on either side, because we have bike lanes at Alps. We've got 3 neighborhoods coming together that are very bikeable. We're about to slow this traffic down. I mean, that would be the ideal situation, even just from the roundabout to Alps. We have bike lanes on Hawthorne.
Commissioner Hamby?
Sure, thank you. So 2024, so that presents us with, I guess, other funding opportunities, and would it possibly free up some money that Commissioner Link's talked about some of the neighborhoods want from this pot? What do we have to do in order to let GDOT know we're committed to it? If, another cycle of T-Splosh will come around by that time.
Well, they're going to want to enter into an agreement, I'm pretty sure.
Right.
And so you'll have to commit the funds here, and to your point, you could supplant them later if the subsequent T-Splosh passes, but you'd have to commit it in order to enter into the agreement with them to capture their...
All we have to do is commit the funds. We don't have to say where it's coming from, though, at this point,
Yes, sir.
right?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, you could expand construction or use the construction, similar to what we did at Whitehall and Milledge.
Or we could just say, yeah, we're going to do this, and we'll
Figure it out.
we'll give you the money when you want it, sort of thing.
Right.
We don't have to have the money sitting in the bank waiting for them until 2024, is what I'm saying.
And just to kind of pile on to that opportunity, we certainly have the opportunity to move funds from one T-Splosh category to
Right.
another.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, knowing that, if that's an option, then let's go with whatever's going to work best. Long term. So, thanks.
All right, Mark, Keith, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, Mark and Keith are departing. Stephen Bailey is going to come up in a minute, who is our Assistant Transportation and Public Works Director. You might know that there are some pedestrian and bike projects coming up that are part of the Athens-In-Motion Master Plan. They're part of the accepted Athens-In-Motion larger plan. And just while they're getting set up, it's also probably helpful to know that the Athens-In-Motion Citizen Group has met a couple times now, and I think has done a great job sort of getting off the ground and assembling it as a working group.
Yes.
That's a permanent do renovation or demolition.
We've got a love connection between pieces of technology.
Yeah, you're right then.
There we go. Even Stephen.
All right. Evening, everyone. We're your halfway point, so you're doing well. All right, so tonight, we've got 3 goals tonight. First, we want to introduce a new formalized public engagement strategy to you. This has been a goal for staff for Athens-In-Motion, and it's one of our government's 6 strategic commitments that we realize can be improved on. We've heard that need for more direct and extended public engagement from you, from the public, from the Athens-In-Motion Commission. So Hillary's going to be presenting this strategy tonight. We hope for you to review and critique it, and then bring it back for a vote in the near future. Next, Ronnie Katrib will present the sidewalk concept for Riverbend Road, which is the one concept we're asking for you to vote on in December. And it's a pretty straightforward and a road that already has bike facilities. So he'll explain that concept and then open it up for questions and discussion. And then lastly, we're asking to take a step back with our other 2 concepts, the Cherokee Road and Jefferson River Road. From the feedback we've received, we believe these projects will benefit from being viewed through a lens of our Complete Streets policy. And they'd be good pilot projects to bring through this new improved public engagement process. So before I hand it over to Hillary to give a brief reminder of the Athens-In-Motion history and methodology and explain the new public engagement strategy, I just want to say that, while we have it here listed for questions and answers at the end, I think that because this is kind of broken up into sections, we'd be happy to take questions after we talk about public engagement and then after each concept. So with that, I'll turn it over to Hillary.
All right, good evening, everybody. So this is just going to be a quick history. You guys have seen most of this before. Some things I want to highlight. December 2012 was when the Complete Streets policy was approved by Mayor and Commission. And then in 2018 was when the Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan was accepted, and also was authorized for us to start the first phase of 5 bicycle and 5 pedestrian projects that utilize T-SPLOS funding. So the Tier 1 projects and methodology, just to remind you and everyone watching, it focused on equity, land use, transit, critical corridors, public input, safety, existing facilities, and connectivity. These were the prioritization metrics that were used to weight all the different projects. Not everything can be a Tier 1, unfortunately, so there had to be a prioritization process that allowed for things to rise to the top for immediate needs and then other things to be utilized later. The AIM plan had short-term actions on page 73, and one of those is, as I said, the advancing 5 Tier 1 pedestrian projects and 5 Tier 1 bike projects. And it has justifications next to it that I can show you on the next slide. The main thing that I want to emphasize today is the complete streets policy. Some of the Tier 1 PED projects have later tiered bike projects that potentially, as part of the first round of construction, depending on the cost of those projects, whether it be expanding expanding a sidewalk to a shared use path, or maybe going ahead and making those recommendations for a future repavement that comes down the line, just showing that to the public, getting them acknowledging the fact we are thinking of complete streets and that it is a goal for us. And at the end of the complete streets policy, it has a whole list of exceptions for why not to do it. One of them is if it is in excess of 20% of the cost. And so that's kind of the baseline cost I'm going to use today. So if it's under 20% of the cost, why not go ahead and pursue it? So these were the two tables from the Athens-In-Motion Plan, and it shows the 3 pedestrian projects we're talking about today, because these were the first 5 to be rolled out. Jefferson River Road, Cherokee Road, and Riverbend Road, and the justifications are to the right. Jefferson River Road connects a highly residential corridor that has no existing sidewalks. It also has the Dollar Tree or Dollar General that will provide connection there. And now that Vincent Drive had SPLOST money, it's also going to connect to the Youth Hall and Complex. Cherokee Road extends existing sidewalks. It also has a park next to it. It also connects to Lexington Highway. And then Riverbend Road is a partnership with UGA, so we get some partnership opportunity. And it connects to the Greenway over at College Station. So these were the public outreach that we've done to date. We held 2 public forums, one on Cherokee Road, one on Jefferson River Road, and some of the feedback we got pretty consistently was, what about bikes? This was passed as a pedestrian project, but at the public forum and even through online forums, people were asking, we don't see your future bike facilities, even if it is a Tier 2, Tier 3. And that was repeated on the surveys. Riverbend Road is scheduled for Thursday, November 20th, next week. And then public input on that will be November 13th through the 27th. And Ronnie will talk more about those. So the big thing that I want to talk about today is a public engagement strategy and how we kind of integrate into our current design process more public engagement up front, and also how we, instead of having an arrow of public engagement, more of a loop. So going back, checking, updating the public frequently, updating you frequently, just having a better strategy for how we do our engagement. So this is our existing roadway design phases and tasks. This was one of the first things I was handed when I was hired, along with this and the complete streets policy. And it's really great for if you're going into construction and you're going into your preliminary engineering, you're going into your bidding. It is a really great process for doing that. It was made in 2004 in coordination with SPLOST office and a whole bunch of other departments and the mayor and commission at that time. Some of the things that it doesn't really incorporate on my end when I'm looking at projects is public engagement. It also really doesn't incorporate complete streets policy. Our complete streets policy says we should be looking at complete streets at the start of a project, but is that pre-design? Is that design? What stage of this project are we saying no to bike facilities or no to a complete street? So I took the base of it and I tried to create something that had a pre-designed step called program planning, and that's going to be much more high level. You're going to be establishing that context of the road. It really starts with the Athens-In-Motion Commission picking that next project to recommend to you for funding. One of the things I'd love to do at this stage of the project is a walk audit, and that would be with the community and with the commissioner and the mayor of the district if they want to come, and kind of getting from the public's perspective what's going on that roadway. There's a lot of things you can look at on an aerial, but it's a lot different to walk that roadway with the public. There's things that come up through their user experience of that roadway that you don't necessarily pick up on the first go. It really stems from, I went to a conference and they talked about user experience and public design and public input. And in startups, before you even write a line of code for an app, you have a blank whiteboard and you're just drawing on it what someone's user experience might be, and you're asking them how they feel about it. And that will give us better data than what we do right now, because sometimes the public feels blindsided or someone else feels blindsided, and this kind of pushes it forward at a much earlier stage and can get that involvement and get that feedback much, much earlier. It also has us look at complete streets from a program planning perspective. So even if our scope or our funding says just sidewalks, we can look and say, all right, well, we know it's a tier 2, tier 3 bike project. We know it recommends a buffered bike lane on a 20-foot roadway pavement. Unless we expand that road, we're not getting buffered bike lanes. So maybe it's worth looking at a multi-use path in that context because it might be cheaper. And those are the kind of things we could think about even before starting to draw lines on the pages and getting the consultants involved. And everything else is basically the same. I also have a public input opportunity along the bottom with just different ways to loop back to the public, whether it be pop-ups at a Walmart or at the very end of a project doing a final walk audit with the community. I think is really important. It's kind of an important closeout to involve them. And we're also doing data collection. So at the program planning phase, we're doing data collection on existing bike numbers and ped numbers, and then at the end of construction, a couple months later, collecting that data to see how much has this increased. Has this section of our network increased our biking by 20%? And then we can know why as we look at the larger scheme. Oh, there's supposed to be a question.
Do you want to stop?
Yeah.
Just to kind of look at the
Yeah,
big
please.
picture
I
of
know
our
it's
planning process.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tim?
I'm very excited about this. This is fantastic. This is really fantastic. I'm a big believer that while it might add a little bit of work and more time on the beginning of it, eventually with what our end result, it's worthwhile and makes our programs more worthwhile and more successful, and definitely has more of that buy-in from the community that I think right now they don't feel like they have in a lot of our projects. So great job. This is good.
Thank you.
Listen.
Yeah, I'm excited about this too because I feel like, especially when it comes to transportation projects, people don't know that they're happening until the trucks roll out and the road gets torn up. Because our transportation projects aren't alerted to the public through our NNI system. So that's something that we could look into, plugging into that too. And I know that the planning department has a system by which if you live in, I think, within a 400-foot radius of a variance request or something like that, you get a letter in the mail letting folks know when the public planning commission hearing about it is going to be. So maybe we could look at something like that, look at all the properties touching upon a project or within a certain radius or something like that, where there's actually something that does show up in your mailbox, because not all neighborhoods have listservs. Not all people are in tune to the NNI. I think that, plugging into some of the outreach mechanisms that we already have through other departments and just folding the transportation projects into those, as well as all these pop-ups and these opportunities for in-depth engagement.
Russ?
If through your public input collection for these plans, you heard about the desire for bicycle traffic to be accommodated as well, why don't we build the sidewalk wider?
Yeah. I mean, that's part of what for Jefferson River Road and Cherokee Road we want to look at is the feasibility of building that sidewalk wider. Are we going to be, it's really, what's our right-of-way? Are we going to be too many right-of-way impacts that drive up that cost? Is that not something the community is interested in at all? It's making sure that we have that buy-in from them so that it's not us implementing our external will onto a community. It's accommodating what we heard through the feedback of the network and getting more buy-in and accommodating it.
I could tell you I've heard from a tremendous amount of constituents that do not like the very narrow 2.5 foot wide sidewalks where two people can barely walk abreast. I know we've historically created those everywhere, but I think wherever we can have an opportunity to build a wider sidewalk, that can accommodate pedestrian and bicycles on one path, we should do that.
Yeah.
As opposed to putting down a 2-foot wide sidewalk on Riverbend this year and then putting a bike lane stripe next year. Sorry, that's a bad example because I know there's bike lanes on Riverbend already.
Yeah.
But I think you follow my thinking. If we can accommodate both users off of the vehicle lane, then that's very much what I would like to see. Something like a multi-use path or golf cart path, maybe, Andy?
I'm all about multi-use paths.
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't know how my colleagues feel, but I hear from folks all the time that simply, they get upset about how narrow we build sidewalks. So, and I'm a little, and I'll raise this here too, I'm a little upset by the way the sidewalks turned out on Baxter and Millage on that corner. We built that really nice brick wall there, but that sidewalk's almost at the grade of the road, and we just built it. So when we put millions on these sidewalk projects, I want it to be the most beautiful sidewalk in Northeast Georgia. You know, so.
Just as a sort of dimensional component, I think our minimum sidewalk width is 5 feet. That's the ADA standard. And is a kind of minimum multi-use path, would that be 8 or?
You'd like 10.
10.
8's a little constrained.
Okay.
Yeah, 2.5 was grossly underestimating the actual, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That's
We're not building them like
when
this,
you're that
are we?
high above
Yeah.
it looks
Okay.
small down there.
Thank you.
I think Andy's 2.5 feet wide.
Mike?
Sorry, shouldn't have said that. Hillary, I do have a question about the public input. So I see this often when we do the public input and it comes back to us and then we make a change or make a decision. I mean, is this going to drag out the process? I mean, I know I want the public input a part of this, and I like what you've laid out here. But say, for instance, we have all the public input,
Yeah.
and then we get to design or even build an award, bid an award, and we only heard from 2 people maybe over on Cherokee, and all of a sudden we want to change it or something like that. I mean, where are there opportunities to do that without?
Yeah, so what you can do, and we did this in Austin, it's not that you do necessarily another public forum or anything like that.
Right.
They're basically just pop-ups where if we make a change later, we can then use the listserv. We have the Athens-In-Motion Commission as well now. I've literally sat in front of Walmart just handing out flyers for certain projects that are going on and updating people on the change, and just having real transparency through our website as well is another way to build that trust and transparency in the public as we move forward. That doesn't push us all the way back to the beginning and having to go forward
And do
again.
you have a measurement about how much public input? I mean, not the input itself, but how many people, comment? I mean, on a particular project. I mean, I see where, I guess Cherokee had 6 and Jefferson had 18 people. So, I mean, what's enough?
It really just depends on the project.
Right.
It's hard to, I think Cherokee and Jefferson River has a lot of leisure bike activity on it. A lot of people like to use that to ride out into the countryside. Cherokee's much more local. So even if you had half the neighbors come, that's usually pretty good.
Andy?
Well, I don't really have much to add. I just wanted to reiterate what Commissioner Edwards said. I think the better way, we tend to widen roads to put bike lanes in. I would like to see us not do that, and instead to widen sidewalks to put bike lanes in. And looking back on it, I really wish we had done that on College Station Road.
Jerry?
Well, my constituents don't complain about the width of the sidewalks. They complain that there aren't any. And we have $4 million in T-SPOS for Atlanta Highway. I'd like to somehow work a sidewalk project into the planning. I don't necessarily want to go through all the steps that Athens-In-Motion is going through. But I would like to get this kicked off. So, what Mike and I have been talking about is a sidewalk gap program on Timothy Road between Macon Highway and Atlanta Highway, and then Mitchell Ridge Road from Atlanta Highway to Oglethorpe Avenue. There are some existing sidewalks there, but they're very major gaps. And this path was recommended by the Connect Athens Atlanta Highway Study. It connects neighborhoods and shopping centers to bus stops that don't have any sidewalks to them. It connects neighborhoods to the major commercial corridor. It connects several neighborhoods to one another that have no connectivity. It connects several neighborhoods to 2 elementary schools. And it connects neighborhoods to the future Tallahassee Road multi-use trail, which connects to Tallahassee Forest Nature Preserve. So these sidewalks would serve a great need. And we have $4 million to do these with. So I'm asking for some guidance of how would I get this project into this process.
Sounds like a question for the manager.
I was didn't want to preempt anything Hillary was going to offer. So with the sidewalk gap program, that's something that the user group could look at, certainly could fund that. With regards to the Athens-In-Motion, I think, Commissioner Hammer, you and I were talking about this. These are Tier 2 projects?
They are.
Yeah. But having the T-Splost dedicated for that area, if you will, for Atlanta Highway, I think you could use that, and we could just consult the attorney about, that being part of the Atlanta Highway corridor, which I think we've had a preliminary discussion
How do we get the initial work done so that we can price it out and get the process started, which is what Athens-In-Motion is doing with their projects? But do we just use our old user group method of doing this? By the way, I'm meeting with them tomorrow.
So what I'd like is that they would meet, they would come up with a project concept, it would come to you so that everybody's on board, and once we've got the commission's agreement, then we can start spending some funds to investigate further the cost of it.
All right, we'll need to talk. I need to know how detailed the project concept is. I think I just gave you one. How much more we need in order to move forward.
So what I'm, if you don't mind.
Yeah, Mike, if you want to add on to that.
What I'm hearing Manager Williams say, correct me if I'm wrong, is that when this comes up for the river bends coming up for a vote, maybe we can tack on to a commission a fine option to give, so that this full body weighs in on giving direction to staff to help Commissioner Neesmith and I determine what the costs are associated with that project. Would that be appropriate?
Sure.
Okay. The second thing I'd like to add to Commissioner Neesmith's points that he made about how this benefits Atlanta Highway, not only Atlanta Highway, y'all, but what this would do is, just with the exception of maybe a couple of blocks on Oglethorpe and maybe a couple of blocks on Macon Highway, if this were to happen, we would have basically created a sidewalk network where you could walk from Macon Highway all the way down Mitchell Bridge Road, down to Tallahassee Forest at some point in time, down Oglethorpe, downtown through Prince. I mean, you would really be connecting the east and west side of Athens, which I think is not only it's a very symbolic thing in a lot of ways, and it helps really not only connect the neighborhoods along this stretch, but it's really connecting all of Athens too.
And when GDOT does their project, then of course it'll connect to their sidewalks on Atlanta Highway, which don't go nearly far enough, but it's a start.
And I think, and that's why I'm encouraged about Athens-In-Motion and these particular projects, and especially this project here for Atlanta Highway, is the key for us in thinking big is the connectivity. And can we do it in ways that Commissioner Edwards talks about, where we're able to use these paths in different ways, but we ought to be thinking in those terms, how we're able to connect people to other people and people to businesses and such as that. So, and when that happens, I think people's lives are better for it and the community's better for it.
Before I move on to Commissioner Link, just to sort of layer on another opportunity, should we elect to look at that Macon Highway to Oglethorpe connection? Recurrently, GDOT has grant opportunities. We've applied for one recently that we should be hearing about sometime in the near term over on Chase Street by the Loop, and that could do something like hang a bridge over the loop there at Mitchell Bridge Road that could allow even greater access. That's a little bit of a pinch point right now.
It is. We were looking at next T-Splosh for that one.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
we'll get what we
if
can
we
get
get
for
some
right
state
now.
money, by God.
Yeah, that could help
We
too.
thought we'd actually do a trestle.
Yeah, nice. Commissioner Lake.
With a bin?
Yeah, so state law makes it illegal to ride a bike on a sidewalk, any sidewalk, correct? And that's a fairly recent state law. We used to just have downtown, you weren't allowed to ride on sidewalks, and the state preempted that. But there are plenty of sidewalks in town. I mean, I walk from, the west end of Boulevard into town on Prince Avenue all the time, and every time I walk, at least 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 cyclists will come cruising down the sidewalk and pass me. And it doesn't feel uncomfortable, but that's a very wide sidewalk. I believe it's about 6 feet, plus there's a nice wide 6 or 8 or 10-foot verge. What could we do? I don't necessarily think 10 feet is necessary for a mixed-use path, especially when it's not a greenway path and it's not like super heavily trafficked. How do we approach state law in building wider sidewalks and, designating them mixed use?
So in Austin, what we did, because space is limited and right-of-way is expensive, so in very constrained locations, we built an 8-foot, on both sides of the street, we built an 8-foot shared use path that was painted for one direction bike traffic. So your bike traffic is going the same direction as the car traffic in one direction. They have clearly delineated spaces. So that's one option that we could look at. I'm not as familiar with Georgia law, so I don't know why that would be an issue, but could check with the attorneys to be sure.
I remember walking across the Brooklyn Bridge, and there's a lot of bike traffic on the Brooklyn Bridge, and they have painted, this is the pedestrian zone and this is the bike zone. So I'm wondering if just, or even different concrete on, a couple feet of it to designate, if you're a pedestrian, try and stay in this area.
Yeah, and NACTO designs really separated bike lanes, which are the raised bike lanes behind the curb, but in reality, those are just very large multi-use paths that are painted and sometimes have a tree line in between them if you have enough space. So I think those are options, yeah.
Andy?
Well, I agree. I think we would need a legal opinion. When is a multi-use path not a sidewalk? But certainly in all over Europe, they do this, and they do it. They distinguish one side is for pedestrians, one side is for cyclists, use different colors. There might even be a physical strip down the middle that's maybe an inch high or something, of rubber or something that separates one from the other. So, obviously from a engineering point of view, it's easy to do, but I do think it would be wise to at least get a legal interpretation of when is a sidewalk not a sidewalk.
Hillary, do you want to take us now into some specific projects?
That's going to be Ronnie. I'm done.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Evening, Ronnie.
Well, good evening, everyone. Well, what I'm presenting to you today is what you will see in the agenda item coming up November, December cycle, and you will be taking action on Riverbend Riverbend Road sidewalk. This sidewalk is about 7,400 feet of sidewalk, extends from South Millage at Riverbend, crosses the road at Riverbend with signal improvements, and stays on the right-hand side on Riverbend here on the bottom left corner on the slide. Hugs the right of the road, the right side of the road, and crosses over, continues on the same side, connects to a couple of short segments of sidewalks here. They're not shown in this little location, Gonna try to salvage those, meaning connects to them if possible. And the sidewalk continues hugging UGA property, crossing Riverbend Parkway. On the same side, continues all the way to College Station. UGA have showed interest in the last few months, actually about a year now, since we started talking about this project. And they initially wanted to build about 600 feet of sidewalk starting from College Station and up to their fleet maintenance facility. That conversation was happening at the same time where Athens-In-Motion was being developed. We kept in touch with UGA, and they still have that interest on record. We have invited them to the future public forum that we will be holding on November 20th, next week, at Memorial Park, 5:30 to 7:30. Currently, we have that advertised, and we're also will be seeking survey input from November 13th to November 27th. The cost we're looking at for this concept, about $2.8 million to construct this project. We have a preliminary design cost breakdown, $250 for design cost, the right-of-way $200, utilities about $250, and the actual construction is about $2 million and $150,000. I have some pictures from street view here, just to give us more of a realistic view of what we are facing. We start at Riverbend at the top left corner. Like I said, we start with an existing sidewalk. We cross over with a crosswalk. We start building a sidewalk on that side. We continue. We cross the railroad crossing. Then we connect, like I said, to an existing sidewalk here. We're going to try to salvage this, even though it's very far out, and I believe it's built on private property. That's where that challenge, I feel like we're going to have to replace it or put up a sidewalk in the right-of-way. We crossed the UGA golf course, and I didn't add more pictures just because I didn't want to add too many slides in here. But you get the picture. We're going the same side, crossing Riverbend Parkway all the way to College Station. I'll take questions on this concept. It's good to, I should have said, and I believe Stephen mentioned earlier, this corridor or this stretch of road already has bike lanes. They're about 4 feet to 4.5. We would like to have 5 feet of sidewalk. Riverbend Road also is on our deficit list for pavement, and therefore we have an opportunity once we pave it to gain that 5 feet bike lanes on either side of the road and reduce the travel lane that would give us some speed control and also more room for bikers, in addition to the future sidewalk that would be on one side. In many eyes, in many perspectives, there are views of this would make the street complete, even though it would not have a sidewalk on one side. But nevertheless, most of that left-hand side, if you're traveling north and northwest on Riverbend Road, it's really everything on the left almost is GDOT right-of-way. That being said, I'll take questions on this concept first before I move into the other two.
I'm just wondering, what has been the assessment of the volume of pedestrian traffic on this road? I'm not very familiar with this area, so I'm just curious as to, is there a lot of pedestrian traffic? It just seems like this is very auto-centric area in general. There's some residential on it, but.
I don't have the exact count or history. For other reasons, I happened to look into the file for Riverbend Road, actually, last week, and I ran across concerns that they were raised up to the manager's level, up to the elected officials level. Back in the 80s and the 90s, even made it to Congress. I had a letter was sent to Congress, and it was regarding Riverbend Parkway, access to Riverbend, and concerns about the students who live in the area and walk to bus stops.
Yeah, I know Riverbend
with
Parkway
recent, and
is
that's not the reason why this concept is up here. And of course, this is because the Athens-In-Motion and their study and their analysis. I would defer the answer to Hillary if she has any history on that. I don't have the number.
Is this Commissioner Edwards? Is this your district? What do you know about the need?
I mean, this to me seems like a prime location to create a wider sidewalk that might accommodate multiple users.
But is there a lot of actual pedestrian traffic going on in this area? I mean, I'd hate to spend almost $3 million on a sidewalk that doesn't get used by more than a couple people a day, when there are so many needs. I mean, like Atlanta Highway, where there's really dense uses and a lot of commercial destinations. There really aren't any commercial destinations here. These are all work, employment centers. I mean, there's this little town square homes. I'm trying to see even how many residents are in that department. I don't know. I'd just like to evaluate, talk about the need and the volume and the potential of this sidewalk even getting used. And there's so many other needs out there.
Well, I can say that there are a plethora of student housing. I don't have the hard data in front of me. There's no sidewalk there now.
Yeah. Are these students that are walking?
I have seen dirt
though?
trails.
There are dirt trails.
Yeah, there's some.
I mean, that's evidence that
goat
there is a
tracks.
need.
Yeah, they're out there.
Yeah.
In certain areas, but again,
I see one here.
we're in this discussion where we're going to put a sidewalk and then repaving at some point where we're going to maybe widen a bike lane that's in the vehicular travel lane. Maybe this presents an opportunity to engage in this discussion where we can build a wider sidewalk and shrink the road, the vehicular travel lane, and have a shared use path right here. I mean, it looks like a great opportunity to me. So I'd like to know maybe what my colleagues think about that, exploring that option and staff's input.
Does that mean moving the curbing? Is there curbing?
Just before moving on to other commission input and kind of emphasizing a couple of points I've heard, one of the things that I know in your world is sort of
There's no curbing.
common conversation is this notion of latent demand, the idea that you might have this sort of pent-up opportunity if only the infrastructure would exist, and that there are many thousands of bedrooms on Riverbend Parkway that could connect really in both directions to the sort of shops of South Athens and to the athletic fields and other amenities that are off College Station Road. So certainly a consideration. I'm also fond of the widening opportunity, but I know I saw Mike's hand and then Tim. Sure.
Yeah, and I appreciate you saying about the latent demand. Is that the way? Did I use that correctly? Because we see it over there on Timothy and Mitchell Bridge.
They don't walk on
Yeah.
the bridge, you get killed.
Well, that's true.
Or arrested.
But my question is to Commissioner Edwards' point: how wide are the lanes on this road? Do we know? Are they?
I believe they're 12 feet wide.
12
certainly.
feet.
12,
Okay.
11 and a half, 12.
Okay. And I will say this: I travel this road at least 3 times a week. You'll see in the lower part of that, you can probably see a bathroom on hole 7 that gets cleaned 3 times a week, and hole 16. But as I'm out there, I do notice a lot of people walking that street and waiting on the buses and such as that. So, and also going back to the connectivity part, as the mayor mentioned, it does connect the College Station to Lumpkin, which may at some point connect to Timothy Road and Macon Highway. So,
And Tim?
Yes, thank you. So my question is, we have the conceptual cost estimate at 2.8 million there. Is that already taking into account the assumed funding from UGA?
No, the assumed funding would be around between 125 to 225. It all depends on what the exact cost for that segment. The communication with UGA is about the exact cost, not the shared cost per linear feet of the project. Because they wanted that segment regardless if we build Athens-In-Motion concept or not. They still have a lot of interest at this point. We don't have a memorandum of understanding at this point. It's just communication between the two of us.
Okay, so if we were able to secure that MOU and that agreement with UGA, then that concept to cost would actually come down then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thanks.
So I guess my final input would just be, is that something we can explore at this moment to possibly widen this area to make it a multi-use path where bicyclists could be comfortable riding with pedestrians? And are my colleagues interested in that?
May I answer, or you want to go
The
first?
answer is yes. I have the same issue on Mitchell Bridge Road. There's not a lot of room for a bike path, and if we could figure out a way to have a shared use, because that would be a great bike path.
Ronnie?
In my humble opinion, on this corridor, per the typical section, for us to take, for anyone to take 4 foot of pavement and convert it to a curb and gutter, and then put a sidewalk, 10 feet sidewalk or 8 feet sidewalk. If we compare the cost, it would be a lot more than what you see. And if I'm gonna make a wild guess, at least 30% increase. We discourage it, but if that's what the community wants, sure, it's doable. It's not discouraged.
This proposal has 5 foot wide sidewalk?
Yes, sir.
Could you give us some idea what it might cost to add another foot of width or add another 2 feet of width?
Sure. So this is a 5 foot sidewalk with 3 foot buffer, grass buffer, beauty strip, or we can make it 7 foot sidewalk with a colored red stamped sidewalk or concrete beauty strips, not a sidewalk.
Yeah.
We don't call that sidewalk. Sidewalk is that 5 foot of continuous sidewalk, has control joints every 5 feet, and then the beauty strip is kind of square, 2 by 2, concrete, discourage any, strollers or even walkers to be on it.
Yeah.
However, the increased foot, it's minor, 1 foot. And once you go with higher, you start increasing the cost, not just by double, I would say by triple, because you're adding more fill or cut, and then you get into walls. Especially with that corridor, our challenge really is the walls. We need a lot of walls to maintain or to keep us away from a lot of steep fills, maybe guardrails needs, and also existing ditches. I believe right now they stand at about 25 feet deep at a 1-to-1 slopes. So that we have challenges there. Adding width will add cost. I don't want to stand here and discourage us from doing so. We can explore that.
Yeah.
And we can explore that in the preliminary engineering phase.
Okay, great.
If we can maintain the bike lanes and not add to them, and just want to look at from 5 foot sidewalk to 8 foot sidewalk and just keep it sidewalk, because we don't have a sidewalk on the other side maybe, we can take a look at that and evaluate it from a cost-benefit perspective.
Okay. That'd be great.
And just to be clear, Ronnie, about the retaining wall need, that would generally be opposite the roadside?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're not talking between the roadway and the sidewalk, we're talking on the property side? Okay. Andy?
Well, I just wanted to say, I mean, I like the idea of the multi-use path. I just want to remind everybody that we had this discussion at the end of last year with Barnet Shoals and the bike lane experimental project along Barnet Shoals that 75% of the people out there didn't want. It was an inferior product, and we were told that that we couldn't have the multi-use path lane because it was too expensive and the other was a cheaper option. So I just want everybody to remember that discussion And that when we're talking about spending more money to develop what I think is a superior product, which is the multi-use paths, that the east side gets its due share of love and attention from this body. Because it didn't at the end of December from some of the members of this body.
It's a shame.
Commissioner Link?
So this current proposal does not include curb and gutter? Is that what I'm, because from what I can tell, there's no curb or gutter, and the drainage on this road is through ditches on either side.
There will be. We will have to build curb and gutter in some areas, and for the most, it will not include curb and gutter. We will utilize multiple typical sections to get this sidewalk in. It will not be consistent.
Okay.
To avoid, like I said, expensive retaining walls and the need to reroute stormwater ditches. These are ditches built by GDOT back in the 80s, I believe, late 80s and 90s. And there has been some projects locally also administered down by South Millage and Riverbend as well. But yes, we will have to utilize multiple typicals, including curb and gutter, stormwater improvement, but for the most, it would be a rural section sidewalk with no curb and gutter.
I'm curious to know, our standard sidewalk is 4 feet, correct?
5 feet.
Oh, it's 5 feet. And I believe the sidewalk on Prince is 6. Is that about right, Kelly?
There are segments that are wider than the norm, but not uniformly.
I am interested in finding out what the state has to say about what constitutes a sidewalk versus a mixed-use path. Because if it is a fairly infrequently traveled sidewalk/path, I don't feel like we have to go the full width. And that might, help keep the cost down a little bit. And I know curb and gutter costs a lot to build. I'm open to being very flexible about this sidewalk/bike lane network. There's some places where a typical 4 or 5 foot sidewalk is impossible, where we could do 2.5 feet, and I think there are some places where we could get some multi-use paths that are not the ideal 10 foot or 8 foot wide. And also maybe areas where simply shrinking the travel lanes of a road and extending the shoulder and properly paving the shoulder and maybe putting a bump. What did we call that? What did we call those things? The little bumps that are going on Riverbend Parkway?
Bollards?
No, not bollards. They're called something
Road
else.
studs?
Road studs, that's
Yeah.
it. Yeah, doing road studs. Those kind of things where we can get these, shared facilities without spending the money that we don't necessarily have or money that, really needs to go into other high-density areas.
Manager Williams, is there anything you'd mention just in terms of process?
Yeah, well, I think in the Athens-In-Motion Plan, they had some different types of cross-sections and widths and things like that. So maybe we should go back to that. That was
Yeah.
fully vetted by the public and the Citizens Committee and take a look at what some of those
Yeah, I'd
ideas.
like to look at a menu of options for situations like this.
Well,
Commissioner?
I was just going to say, we have been looking at the road studs on Riverbend Parkway, but the determination we've come to thus far is that they really don't provide a physical separation. I mean, it's really, they're 2 inches high. It's
I know
not.
in DC, they just have a curb, concrete curb.
Yeah, that's the direction we've been moving in, is a more significant barrier that actually provides protection.
Or even those parking curbs.
That's what we've been looking
dotting
at.
along,
Exactly, yeah.
Mike and then Tim.
I guess I was going to say I know there's several other parts of this presentation that we need to hear about, and certainly with this one, I think we heard an answer that we can visit what Commissioner Edwards was talking about during the preliminary engineering phase. And we've got trash to talk about, so we're going to sit here and by the end of this discussion, we'll all have a traffic engineering degree, and we can put it to use. Maybe some of us already have it, but.
Tim?
I was hoping that helps.
I think it's a good point. And actually going back to what we were talking about before, the new public engagement structure, I think actually helps us with all these questions we're just right now coming up with on the fly. that if we were actually walking these streets, especially with people who live in that neighborhood, we're going to have a better idea of what actually is possible, and then we'll have better projects. But on this one specifically, what I wanted to ask about is on the justification for these things. I mean, some of the other ones here talks about high priority based on density and I guess demand. The justification for the Riverbend Road, though, is specifically just mentions that it's been requested and partially funded by UGA. I mean, is there any other justification for it outside of UGA wanting that 600 feet?
Not that I know or have a ready answer for you, Commissioner, but we can get back to you with an answer on that if you.
Okay, because that just seems like, especially if we actually don't even have an MOU yet, like we're basing that justification on this loose request that was made by UGA, while some of the other ones are more based on, it sounds to me like density of residents living in the area and also demand by those residents for pedestrian needs. So I guess I would like to see a little bit more fleshed out justification for that one. Yeah.
Sure.
Especially for the other, what is it? Total we're talking about 7,500 feet, I believe. And so right now we're talking about the demand for 600 feet justifying the other 6,900 feet. So.
I'm Frank Stevens, Public Works Director. Many good and interesting, intriguing comments, and might I suggest, given that the public forum is already published to occur on November 20th, that staff does their best to incorporate many of these good ideas and the feedback into that forum, but because there needs to be, I think, some more in-depth consideration of some of the ideas expressed tonight, that we delay the Mayor and Commission agenda setting and voting meeting and not have it on the November-December cycle because of the issues and ideas. Meanwhile, we can do as Hillary suggested, we can put on our hiking shoes and walk the dirt trail and experience the walk. Perhaps count how many passers-by we encounter along the way and have some more informed experiential knowledge to share with you when it does come through the cycle or at successive work session if need be.
Can we see bus stops on these drawings in the future? That can be helpful. Or are they on there?
They're probably on there, but your comment is appreciated. Yes,
Yeah,
we
they
can
could be
we can
clearly
make them more
marked, 'cause
visible.
That would be helpful.
Yes. And internally, we're working on a template where every time you see a concept, it will be a similar legend and more visible. But we'll get that
Thank you.
to you in the future.
Clearly some more work on this. We'll kind of move on to Cherokee and Jefferson River.
No problem. On Cherokee Road, the proposed sidewalk network extend about 4,250 feet from the existing sidewalk on Cherokee Road. That's by the Lowe's entrance, or I think the back of the property. And it goes up to Airport Road, where it crosses over into the right-hand side on Cherokee as you travel east. At that intersection, we're proposing RRFVs, rectangular flashing beacons. The sidewalk will continue on that side of the road all the way up to Beaver Dam Road and Buddy Christian Way. It makes about 200 feet of an extension of sidewalk to tie into existing sidewalk on Beaver Dam Road. This segment of sidewalk has not been discussed before, but for the intent of connectivity, we're showing that here, so we are clear that if this project goes forward, we plan on connecting that sidewalk into the existing or the proposed sidewalk. We also proposing to improve the signal, pedestrian signal activation with buttons, ramps, crosswalks at Beaver Dam, Cherokee, and Buddy Christian Way. Now, the sidewalk itself, this is the cost estimate for that sidewalk along this corridor. However, we know we need to go back to the drawing board and do a little bit more investigative work in the field and examine the 20% and the complete street policy. This is some street view of the key points of this corridor, starting with the top left picture. This is at Lowe's entrance. We'll connect into this sidewalk. We'll go up and cross over this picture here, cross over to this side, and continue hugging the utility poles. Almost there is no impact to trees when we chase a sidewalk with the utilities, existing utilities, but sometimes we run into utility relocation or upgrades because of cut or fill on those utility poles. And again, we just want to share with you that we hosted a public forum on this, and the comments we received were not many, but almost everyone was asking about the separate or shared bike facility on this corridor, and the fact that it's on the Athens-In-Motion Plan and what's the plan, and that was one of the reasons we went back to the drawing board and we proposed to you tonight the public outreach strategy, and thanks to Hillary and her great work on that. I'll take questions on this, but I think we should be very clear on where we're going with this one.
Patrick?
I just want to thank Athens-In-Motion for taking consideration the east side. So that's a very highly walked area, a dense neighborhood. So thank y'all. Give us some love.
Yeah, Tim?
So did you say that the Cherokee Road is also on the AIM list for bicycle projects too?
Yes.
Just a lower tier?
I believe it's tier 3.
Okay.
It
Tier
could
3
be-
for bike, but tier 2 for
Is it
pedestrians?
2 or 3? It's 2. I'm sorry, I mixed it with
It
the
is.
other one.
Okay,
Yes,
thanks.
sir.
Thank you. Well, to that point, that's a great question, same question. We had that discussion. And if it's only a nominal amount, even though it's a different tier while you're working there to achieve that, so staff, I think there was some basis in the original study for that, and so staff is kind of trying to come up with a measure we would suggest to y'all, if it's 15% or if it's 20% more, you get both projects, the efficiencies there. So we're going to look at that, and there's more to come on that.
Andy?
So on the Beaver Dam Road, where that sidewalk ends, that's a 2-lane road. Do we own all of the right-of-way between the edge of the road and the edge of that sidewalk? That seems like a lot of right-of-way to own on a 2-lane road.
That's a drainage ditch there.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. But to your point, it being very wide.
Okay.
Yes, and it sounds like it. Just looking at the fact that we have a utility pole in that location,
I mean, that's
usually
a lot of
they hug the
right-of-way.
right-of-way.
All right. Jefferson River?
All right, Jefferson River. We had a public forum back on October 16th. The sidewalk extends a total of 4,300 feet sidewalk network. This one starts from a GDOT right-of-way on Jefferson Road. It crosses Jefferson Road and also crosses the railroad with a new sidewalk and path. It also crosses Old Jefferson Road with a new crosswalk and connects onto the existing Family Dollar sidewalk. Extends from the Family Dollar sidewalk on the other side to Vincent Drive on the east side if you're traveling north. We had an error there. We said left, so if you have the PowerPoint presentation, please pay attention. That was an error. It's not on the left, it's on the right-hand side, traveling north on Jefferson River Road. The sidewalk goes all the way to Vincent Drive, and we're proposing or entertaining the idea of having RRFBs at Vincent Drive, and we also showing RRFBs at multiple locations where to connect adjacent streets. We also have 2 bus stops on this route that on the same side of the sidewalk proposed. That was one of the reasons we maintained that side, and also that the fact that we have an existing sidewalk on Dollar General. the cost you see, as mentioned before, this was for the sidewalk, and as mentioned earlier, we had a little bit more people attending. I appreciate everyone who attended, including Commissioner Tim, and pretty much everyone, and I made a point to add it to the PowerPoint, expressed inclusion of bike facilities on this project, and therefore, that's where we are today. Some pictures of the current street view. This is Jefferson Road. This is Georgia Department of Transportation right-of-way. And this is the railroad track. So we're proposing to connect with this sidewalk here, take it with a pedestrian crossing and pedestrian push button, cross the railroad as well, connect to Dollar General existing sidewalk. I'm sorry, it's Family Dollar. And then beyond Family Dollar, connect to the existing sidewalk and continue that sidewalk all the way to Vincent Drive. And as you see, we will have two bus stops that we will be connecting to, and more likely, I don't want to say upgrade, but definitely give more concrete surface around that area, those areas.
Tim?
Was there, and I know I was excited about the talk of us having a cross over actual Jefferson Road and getting past the railroad there. Has there been any more talks with CSX on the potential of that?
We have not yet, but the plan is to, once this concept is approved, we will, and we could start the talk, but we felt like it's not needed yet.
I understand, sure.
But we will.
I'm very excited about this sidewalk. This is a very dense community with the potential for a lot more development. And there's a real need to get folks to that Family Dollar. And I've heard a couple stories of folks who have gotten hit on this very stretch. So I'm really excited. This is a much needed sidewalk in a really dense part of town that has some clear connectivity, especially with that Vincent Drive sidewalk going in as well, that it connects an even denser community.
Thanks for this. I'll say on this project, I love this idea that, we've got to be explored with the Mitchell Bridge and Timothy segments, that, we're creating these kind of full connectivity loops between parts of town that are otherwise isolated right now, to think that, if you live on Sage Drive over here, soon you'd be able to get to, either this intersection or to the Holland Youth Sports Complex is pretty exciting. So
I'll just go through the next slides, and hopefully we can get to the last question session, if any. Next steps and concepts you will be seeing from us is Barber Street shared use path. That's upcoming, and this project was on both the bike and the ped, because it's a shared use. It's funded by both, at least at the Athens-In-Motion approved plan level. So you'll see that in the coming future. Our budget, this is what we're looking at, and as I understand today, we're going back to the drawing board on all three concepts, and that's great. Sure, we'll get that to you and try to satisfy the public need and comments with that. Here we got some numbers showing for the total T-Plus, project number 12, which is pedestrian improvement program. And if we get all these sidewalks, and again, if all of those apply to, or we can apply the 20% or the complete street policy, so if it was 10, 20, 15, that cost would come from the bike, not the ped, and therefore that available for future pedestrian projects more likely would be stable if we still going with these projects. So these numbers should still be there, even if we go with a revised strategy and implementing bike facilities on those projects. Next steps, we will have to revise some of these. So Riverbend will go back to the drawing board along with Jefferson and Riverbend. I'm sorry, Riverbend will go back to the drawing board along with Jefferson and Cherokee. additional public forums online and survey for Cherokee Jefferson River with bicycle facility consideration, an additional work session for Cherokee and Jefferson River that would be in February, and we will bring back to you separately the items in front of you, and we'll just revise the dates on the date for Riverbend Road.
Mariah?
Thank you. Is there any reason why we couldn't vote on the AIM public engagement strategy next cycle, or this cycle rather, since it seems like most of us were enthusiastic about it, and barring any need for revision that we maybe didn't discuss so far?
Manager Williams, is there a?
So we don't have anything written for the December cycle. It's not in that, and I was under the impression that we didn't want to put anything for the December, January cycle. So this would be the very next cycle that we could.
Gotcha.
And would there be a work session to give some information about the strategy, or you?
If y'all would like that and push it out another month, we could do it that way.
No, I just didn't know. Was that previously planned or just straightforward? Okay, sorry.
Okay.
And Patrick?
Yeah, Mariah, ask the question.
Go ahead, Frank.
In the interval, even before it's formally adopted, the plan of the experts in the department is to follow that public participation process.
Cool.
So it's not as though we are going to wait for formal approval. This is our plan going forward. Consider it a pilot test of the new policy in the intervening
Sure.
months.
Yeah.
And I guess actually on that, that's kind of where I was going to go. So can we expect, like, with the Jefferson River Road, I'm very excited to be part of like a potential walk and stuff. So are we going to have that happening here in the near future then?
Yes. I will be, now that I got the thumbs up, I'm going to go back tomorrow to the drawing board, look at schedules, try to come up with a formalized process of the process and get that out to you.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Hillary.
Thanks for everybody from
Thank
Transportation
you.
Public
Thank you.
Works. While Solid Waste is setting up for their two very quick presentations, we're going to take a 10 minutes. We're going to call this 2/3 of the way through the evening break. All right, we have with us Suki Jansen, Solid Waste Director. Glad to have you here.
I'm glad to be here, and I do speak quickly, as many of you guys know, so I'll try to get us through. And then Corey, I had staff names on here too because they help do these presentations, but for time constraints, we're going to, unless you have a specific question, we do have a plethora of solid waste staff here. I want to recognize my staff staying here till the end to be here to answer any questions for you guys, and I thank them for being here to answer any questions. You guys have seen this before, so this is not new, and it's our downtown district, trying to figure out how we can do trash differently downtown. So that was our purpose. I'm not going to go over the history, although I'll point out a couple items. We have had our most recent pilot in May, and then again at the Notre Dame game weekend with dumpsters. And that's basically what we're going to cover tonight. And then we basically need your blessings so that we can work with SPLOST and we can have some designs on Clayton Street. Because if we can figure out eco stations on Clayton Street, we can probably figure it out anywhere downtown. Clayton's our most challenging area. So we're here tonight just to update our pilot project with dumpsters instead of roll carts in May and again this fall during the Notre Dame game weekend. And we are just wanting your blessing so that we can go to SPLOST and ask them to do some designs for eco stations on Clayton Street. Although we plan to roll this out everywhere in downtown, if possible, Clayton Street's our most challenging spot. We've been here many times to share with you the woes and challenges of downtown solid waste collections. And you can see them, I guess, the new items. In April, we made plans to pilot dumpsters downtown. So we had to purchase the dumpsters, place the dumpsters, manage the dumpsters. We did that in May of 2019. We did a 2-week pilot. And then we did it again the entire Notre Dame game weekend, since that was proposed to be one of the biggest games Athens had seen in many years. Our roll cart, we did roll cart station pilot last fall, and I'm not going to go over this with you. This is just for recap, that roll carts will work downtown as well. They did work downtown. It just takes it takes many more roll carts to do what we did with the dumpsters. So we'd need more eco stations potentially, and more areas to place those in larger eco stations. We feel like we could do what we're doing with dumpsters on a much smaller footprint with less dumpsters. But I did want to share that we had tried roll carts last year. So for our dumpster pilot, ignore the pictures again. The pictures were just raw dumpsters on the street without an enclosure. And you know, the dumpsters aren't real beautiful in and of themselves, especially when they're overflowing with recyclables and trash. But from May 13th to May 31st, we had dumpsters in downtown locations. You can see them listed there. We had College Avenue parking deck. That was a temporary dumpster for Twilight Weekend. Clayton Street sidewalk outside the Hilton Garden Inn. That was literally on the sidewalk. There is a part of the parking deck there at Hilton Garden Inn goes back. It's recessed, and we were able to slide the dumpsters into that slight recess. They still stuck out slightly. They were smaller dumpsters. They were what we call 2-yard dumpsters instead of the 4-yard dumpsters we put in the street. Outside Cloud9, outside All Good, and then the Chick-fil-A alley is where we placed the dumpsters. We had about the same tonnages that we did for our roll cart pilot. Dumpsters were emptied mornings and on call in the afternoon as they became became full. And we had a multitude of feedback. Almost all of it was positive feedback, minus a couple, the dumpsters themselves. People didn't like the looks of the dumpsters themselves. Once we talked to them and told them that the idea was testing to see if we could get all the material off the ground at our busiest points, which is at night, then we could go back to Mayor and Commission and talk about enclosing these dumpsters, having eco stations, so with murals, eco stations with charging stations or bike racks, living walls, whatever you guys want to make them look good and hide our activities inside. So, staff, I am not technologically savvy, so staff wanted to show you, since we can't take you downtown at 2 at night, they wanted to bring 2 at night downtown to you. And so what they did was took a tremendous amount of footage. Corey Jones, our collections administrator right here, is awesome. He has found new software for all of our trucks called Samsara. It has fantastic camera capabilities, but he also has fabulous camera capabilities. So he and staff came down and took footage, as much footage. We have more footage than you can shake a stick at, but they highlighted side by side downtown with dumpsters, the amount of time it takes one person to empty a dumpster that's full versus the same amount of trash on the ground at night. So they wanted to highlight this for you guys tonight. Let me see if it'll all work. On a nightly basis. If we can work out nighttime, and that's what the dumpster pilot, what we wanted to show. We were uncertain we could keep everything off the ground in those dumpsters at night, but they did it. They did it during 2 weeks in May over Twilight Weekend, and they did it on Notre Dame game weekend. Was it perfect? No. We have learned lessons, maybe a better pickup schedule, but that's something that, with any new program that you would work out along the way. So we felt strongly that the program was successful. Staff enjoyed it, and many businesses and patrons downtown commented about it, and the Athens-Clarke County Police Department, Aubrey Epps, you ask him how he liked containerization downtown when he was assigned downtown, and he will give you glowing reasons of why the dumpsters and or roll carts work downtown and are safer for our patrons downtown and our business owners. So just to recap, eco stations, why we're here. It gives a flexible schedule for customers. Right now, customers can only deposit trash from 2 in the afternoon until about 6:30 in the morning. Safer for business owners and patrons. And I don't want to forget about solid waste. Solid waste is the 5th most dangerous job in the United States. And it's the 5th because of those trucks, those mini packers right there. That makes them dangerous. It allows guys to hang on the back of the truck. And it also, Corey, I think, recorded 4 accidents in the downtown district since we've implemented enhanced collection, and that's people not seeing those mini packer trucks. They're easier to miss. They're easier to back into and wreck into. And our fear is you'll get a guy, why we're in the top 5 is getting men or women pinched between the back end of a compactor truck and in a person's vehicle. In Macon last year, they had 2 men pinned behind a compactor truck. People don't pay as close attention behind compactor trucks. And then hanging off the side, they don't pay attention to people hanging off the side of the compactor trucks. That's what puts us in the top 5th most dangerous job in the United States. So we'd like to get away from those trucks downtown. Stormwater is starting to take notice of our backwash downtown. We do end up getting some of that backwash leaking over the lip of our mini packer trucks, which is an issue. Front and load truck is not designed that way. They have a seal and can contain the liquid better as well. It's a less expensive service if we use dumpsters for downtown than the current service because we can have redundancy in staff and trucks. Eco stations, we could work with SPLOST or other staff and come up with maybe a semi-permanent eco station if necessary. We've seen it in other communities. Recycled plastic resin dumpsters are the ones we chose, so it's quieter for when we have to tip for downtown residents who live downtown. Solid waste no longer needs to sell bags, which I think a lot of people would be happy with if we got out of the bag business downtown. We don't foresee a need to sell our bags if you have the swipe card to get into the dumpster enclosure. Overtime for downtown events should be reduced, and expansion opportunities in the eco station present themselves. We could add composting in there, and potentially charm items could be left in there for pickup for staff to take to the charm in a safer environment than on the curb. Challenges, the number one challenge, we know it's less convenient. It's not a valet service anymore for our businesses downtown. That's the biggest challenge. The walking distance between the enclosures and potentially crossing streets for businesses. And we recognize that. And we're not making light of that because the valet service we currently give them is much easier for them to put the garbage or recycling right outside their door. And there might be some potential blocked views in certain areas around an eco station. So if somebody particularly liked their view of a road or downtown, the eco stations will take up a certain amount of space, and so we do realize those challenges with eco stations. What we wanted you to look at tonight, what I would need, not all of these, this is what staff has worked out with the fire department as safe places to put eco stations downtown. The ones tonight I would just like to focus on, maybe, if my pointer will work, and maybe it's not going to work. There it is. We would like to look at this eco station right here, hopefully in the All Good area. And when I say in the All Good area, I don't mean on the sidewalk. I don't want to take Commissioner Edwards' 2.5-foot sidewalks away from him. So we will put we'll put it in maybe right now. All Good right in front of them has a loading area that they don't use. They actually use it for trash pile up at night. And so we'd like to see if we could work with SPLOST to have that one worked out. This is a really heavy area. It gets a lot of trash and recycling at night. Also, we would like to work out the top of Wall Street for the customers on that side. We did put in this one, but it does take up some sidewalk space, and I've been hearing you guys tonight about sidewalks. Maybe we should not think about putting the one we tested outside the Lazy Shopper by the Hilton Garden Inn and just actually do the Wall Street right here. We know we could get an eco station right there at the top of Wall Street and then in the future at the bottom of Wall Street for Broad Street businesses. So right now we really just want to look at this area right here and see if we can work with SPLOST to come up with a concept that would be amendable to mayor and commission. And if we could get it to work in that area, some of our heaviest areas, we feel like some of the other areas downtown we could work through with you guys and with businesses and some of the citizen input we've already received. So that's what we're looking for tonight is the ability to move forward with SPLOST to have some of those concepts drawn in on the Clayton Street project. I just wanted to recap. I know you've seen this before, but for our current enhanced or valet service, this is what it costs us for capital, and this is what it costs us operationally. It's about $380,000. Next year it could be pushing $400,000. It just depends on we're seeing some increase in trash and increase in salary costs. Current customer rates downtown, and we'd like to hold them at this, maybe even, reduce the rates if we had a different method of picking up garbage. This is the cost of eco stations. This is just a projection that we did, and then also an estimate of operational cost by using 1.5 staff members, basically a full-time staff member and a part-time staff member, and then one front-end load truck. We would actually share one front-end load truck with our front-end load cost center, which they have 2 front-end load trucks. So we'd have a total of 3 front-end load trucks to service all of our dumpsters in Athens-Clarke County. And I went quickly because you guys have seen a lot of that, but I just need an official move ahead if you are interested in us looking at those sites on Clayton for a potential eco station so that we could place dumpsters inside a more a safer, more aesthetically pleasing environment and to get these bags off the curb.
I think Commissioner Hamby wanted to host one of these in his backyard.
Yeah, no, and they beat me down. They got me on their side now. It took some time. You should have shown me the video first. A couple of years ago, that might have helped. But
well, Corey has plenty of video. We can just send you the rest, and you can watch it all evening long.
Yeah, that was good. So The question I have, and this is not intended to get us off topic, because I appreciate what y'all done in putting together these, and I appreciate you avoiding sidewalks as far as where the eco stations will go. If our next step is to ask Splice to design where they could go on the on Clayton Street, I'm wondering, Manager Williams, if at the same time when we were talking about Wall Street, Wall Street was originally part of, I think it was Wall Street, when I'm right, Mayor and Andy, when we first broached Clayton Street a number of years ago and didn't have enough money to finish it.
Yes, that's right.
We were looking at Wall Street as making it sort of a pedestrian type thing. And I guess what I'm saying is, could staff also look at a design like that, to where you have the eco stations up at the top and at the bottom, and then in the middle would be another gathering place for downtown, that perhaps.
And I can tell
could
you, Wall
partner
Street
with
right now is covered
ADD.
in roll carts. We could get,
Yeah, it is,
the roll
yeah.
carts would go away with 2 eco stations at either end that would be,
Because I could see, like we're doing with the park, some opportunities opened up there, and I'm sure the ADDA would be willing to help with some things to make it look nice and inviting for. You see where I'm going with that?
Well, just so I'm clear, so you want to convert Wall Street into a pedestrian only?
That's what I was, yeah.
Okay.
If staff could look at that and see what the logistics are, there may be, I don't know if it'd take delivery zones, I don't know.
Yeah, we did it. We did a traffic analysis that informed, the questions about, the traffic patterns there. So we can go back and revisit that and take a look at that.
I support that.
Yeah. Let's see what it could look, it'd be a great addition to that end of downtown.
I've always thought it was a good idea.
Yeah.
And no need for much vehicular traffic there, given other opportunities for cross-section movement. Jackson and others. Tim?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering I'm just thinking of the process of designing the eco stations, how that's coming up, and just thinking about back to our process for creating the art bus shelters. I guess I'd love for us to be able to figure out a way see if there's grant funding out there that we can work with the Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission to actually have local artists designing our eco shelters also in a similar way. Kind of again, just bringing like more art and stuff to downtown anyways. I'm on board for making a Wall Street pedestrian access only. I'd rather do College Avenue there, but do it that way. But
Russell?
Can't do all of them.
The Athens Cultural Affairs Commission Art Selection Committee for this SPLOS project chose an artist for the streetscape elements. It was like a tubular steel concept that was functional art. Is this bringing back recollection?
Oh, yeah.
Great. Just encouraging any collaboration that can happen there. I'm unsure where that is now with the communication with that artist, but he had a very interesting design that was supported by the art selection committee. You mentioned the sidewalk in front of the Lazy Shopper. My gut does say, if we could put it on the top of wall and see how it goes, and if we need more capacity, then explore the sidewalk.
We agree.
If my colleagues are behind that. But I think the pilot project was very well executed, and I heard no complaints from anyone downtown about dumpsters. And they were visible on Clayton. You saw them. They were right in front of Saki Mama. So everybody saw them. And I have a dear friend that lives on Clayton Street, right across from there. She never mentioned them to me. So I think it was very well executed, and I think this will be supported by the downtown community. So well done.
Melissa?
Speaking of the art on the eco stations, I know, constructing, fabricating a unique functional art piece could be very, very expensive, but maybe if they could settle on a fairly simple standard design and call for muralists, because and that opens up opportunities for, a vast array of local artists to get their work in the heart of our downtown. I'm all for, getting a really cool mural program going down Clayton Street and getting a good variety of artists involved in this.
Jerry?
Awesome, thanks.
Okay, so what do we need to do to fulfill her request to assign this to SPOST?
I think SPOS was just looking for kind of a thumbs up, so.
Do we need to, are we going to
but maybe the
need to
manager
vote next
telling-
month, or just right now, just go like this?
I think we hear consensus for this concept. So
Everybody go
That's-
this?
in the spirit of this, we'll go forward and try to incorporate that into the Clayton first. That's the urgency. That's why we brought this to you now, because we're at the point where we kind of need to move forward with that.
All right.
And then we'll, be back in front of you.
And you'll ask them to do something with Wall Street as well.
Yeah, yes, what we'll do with Wall Street is we'll look at traffic patterns first to see what kind of, try to anticipate what impacts closing that to vehicular will have. I don't think there's anything to prevent us from putting dumpsters out there at whatever point. But I hear you want to go a step further.
Right.
And,
Well, if they're designing stuff, might as well
Yeah.
get them to design
Yep,
something like
yep.
that.
And I'll talk to SPA staff about a possible ad alternate for this, in case Clayton comes in lower than expected.
And the artists, hopefully.
Well, the idea that we just heard was that we could identify a prefabricated unit that was, would take murals.
Yeah,
Rather
yeah,
than
yeah.
spending much money on.
Panels
custom.
or something like
Well,
that.
and our artist, he did have a proposal that it was a tubular steel that you could hang and change out canvases or
That's right,
panels
yeah.
over time.
I guess I think that should just go to the ACAC. We should work with them to see what resources they have available, potentially with that. And then if they have possible funding, they can get in a grant to expand it even further, then great, but assign that to them.
I'm trying to remember what the art budget was for Clayton. Was it 300,000 set aside?
Be 1% of the total cost, and so certainly the total cost of Clayton is well north of 3 million. So if it was 1% of the total cost, is it
I think
20 grand?
I think we're talking about 12 or 13 million maybe.
Yeah.
So 120, 150,000.
Okay,
But I'll go back and find out.
cool. Great.
The only note I'd make before you move on.
And I just want to thank staff again for the video. Mason and Corey put that together, and so I just want to thank them for doing that.
Thanks for,
That made the decision very
thanks for that
easy.
piece, yes. And Suki, just before you move on to this next presentation, you mentioned the prospect of lowering some rates. Should we see a reduction in cost? And I continue to think that the downtown residential rates are disproportionately high compared to kind of other urban service district rates for residents.
For sure. And also, I think something you guys might want to think about is not just reduction. We could maybe equalize or reduce some of those rates, but also use some of, if we want to retain the rates that we have, but use some of that for other beautification efforts. There could be some, there could be some staff that might be freed up to do pressure washing that's been asked for in the past, et cetera. So I think I could bring Mayor Gertz some ideas that we've asked for in the past and not been able to fund through solid waste because we didn't want to increase fees, just for you to think about, or straight, potential cuts as well. So we could bring all that back forward at a work session if we can get the actual enclosures worked out on Clayton.
Okay. All right. Paying for waste reduction services and education.
Yes, and I again have staff here to help answer any questions, and this is pressing, and you've seen this as well. We had a major hiccup before Bill Berryman left. He left us with a present and told us what we had worked on, the recycling education fee, we cannot put into motion. So that's why I'm here tonight, is to to determine the best way and most equitable way to pay for recycling. We want residents and business to pay for our recycling and education programs. And I just want to put a note, now we are getting up against a timeline. The Landfill Enterprise Fund will have used up all working capital balance by the end of FY22. We've got to get the 1.2 million roughly out of the Landfill Enterprise Fund and paid for by other means. We've been here before. I just want to highlight two things. January last year, I worked extensively with Allison McCulloch at UGA, and they are willing to pay for a recycling and education fee or a franchise fee, whatever it shakes out to be. They just want it to be as fair and equitable and like other fees that we're charging the private haulers or public sector. So they are willing to pay. At this point, they have not paid into the waste minimization fee, but they are willing to work with us. And so that was an exciting time, and they're still willing to work with us once we figure out how we can get recycling and education paid for. In February, March of 2019, Attorney's Office, after Bill Berryman looking at it and John Hawkins told us the recycling and education fee on the public utilities water bill would not work, and that's because of Georgia Supreme Court case out of Cobb County. That's what had changed. They had a fee similar, not for recycling, but a fee similar that was challenged in court and was not upheld. So he felt like this recycling education fee that we proposed will not work and will not hold up in court. So he recommended us looking at a franchise fee. So that's what we have looked into. But before I start talking about the franchise fee, I just want to remind you what all we're talking about getting paid for, or what we need to get paid for, is our recycling drop-off centers, keep Athens-Clarke County beautiful, our recovered materials processing facility, which is our recycling facility, our Center for Hard to Recycle Materials, our CHARM, and then a portion of our waste reduction and education staff comes out of the waste minimization fee that we need to get paid for as well. And so even though all these facilities and services are available to all businesses and residents, currently all businesses and residents still don't pay for some of these services.
Do you mind if I ask you a quick question
Yes.
there? And as we're going through this, what's sticking out to me that they're available to all businesses and residents, and all our businesses and residents contribute to some of this to some degree or another. But in a lot of ways, we have a lot of people that come from out of this county that utilize these services as well. So I guess what I'm wondering is how it is you can capture those.
We can look into that, how to
Right.
capture out of county.
Well, I just think that's only fair. I mean, you know, our citizens through SPLOST and other ways have paid for a lot of these facilities and services and
Yes.
you know, out of county, they're using them. They need to pay as well.
Gotcha. Yes, we agree. All right, the current waste minimization fee, just to remind you, this covers roughly $187,000 of our revenue requirement, and it's paid for currently by customers that have a private hauler or have a public hauler. And so it's roughly it's not roughly, it is $7.20 per resident per year, and $19.20 per business per year. That's paid to their private hauler or public hauler, and then they issue a check to us quarterly, and that goes into the Landfill Enterprise Fund to help offset some of the costs that the recycling and educators cost. So that's what we're currently using. And I'm going to tell you, too, that Bill said this current waste minimization fee, how it's currently written, would not hold up in court as well to the recent the Georgia State Supreme Court ruling in Cobb County. So he wanted us to change this as well. So we can't just take this fee and add to it to recoup our costs. This needs to be changed as well, or gotten rid of and then moved into the suggested franchise fee. And then I think we had a question, Mayor Gertz, didn't we?
So it's like on our previous work session we had with y'all, it kind of came out that we really feel like that the private haulers are underreporting how many customers they have.
Yes.
Therefore, is that really impacting how much we're getting here on this fee? Is that?
We're missing about 4,000 residents, we feel like, roughly. According to, now, we can be more scientific at the landfill, but according to landfill, accurate, maybe 1,000, 1,500 self-haulers? 300? Well, then we're off by a good 4,000. Brad giving his estimate there's no way we have 4,000 self-haulers in Athens, and we're missing 4,000 according to our GIS. We can't.
Right.
So they are underreporting.
So
Probably a little bit of all of them.
Right, so you put that in, we're missing tens of thousands of dollars also then probably in.
Correct.
In these fees then.
Correct.
Just to follow up on that, does that mean that that the haulers are collecting the fee and not passing it on to us, or are they just not collecting it, or do we not know the answer to that
We do
question?
not know. We've asked for our first audit
Can
of
we
one of the haulers.
subpoena some records?
Excuse me?
Can we subpoena some records?
We don't even have to subpoena. In the waste minimization fee, we actually wrote it in that we could ask to audit their records. And we have asked for the first audit from one of the haulers because we're having other issues with them, not just underreporting, but there's some other issues. So they have responded negatively. They don't want to give back. So we are ready to show them the part of the policy that says they have to. And then if that doesn't work, we'll have to get the attorney involved. They don't want to release their records to us.
Because I believe the mayor and commission has the power of subpoena if we need to use it.
Okay. Well, hopefully we can get their records to audit before we go any further.
I want to subpoena.
But and it's not just they're missing it. Let me be clear. They're not just underreporting, but we've had issues, several complaints saying that they're not recycling, that they're literally throwing away on the curb their material. And so that's what we're questioning, where their material's going.
Commissioner Harrod, some way or another, before you depart this august body, I will ensure that you get to use your subpoena power.
Excellent. Excellent.
Even if it's only for
Does he need to be set up to be able to use it?
Okay.
Maybe we do, to help you out.
I gotta think carefully now. If it's a once in a lifetime opportunity, I gotta think carefully.
Well, the comments did come in from District 1 and District 8.
Yeah, I
where
imagine they did.
we're having the problems. So
I know who you're talking about.
So, okay, going forward, here's our budget for each program and facility that we're talking about. This is from FY19. This was taken directly from the FY19 budget. You can see the drop-off recycling program contains 2 full-time drivers, also 1.5, I apologize, a mistake, 1.5 educators plus interns. And you can see the expenditures, a little over $300,000. Keep Athens-Clarke County Beautiful, has 3 full-time employees and 1 intern currently. And that is a $160,000 expense. Now, we did note that KCCB made $70. We're not quite sure what the $70 is for in FY19 because most of her revenues go to the board. But she did make $70, or they did. The recovered material processing facility cost about $350,000 in FY19, and this is the lowest year we've ever had. In FY19, we made $14,000 off the revenues after we paid our processing fees at the MRF. I will say right now, we're getting ready to send out a request for information to try to see if somebody else is interested in operating our facility. Our current contract expires in October of 2021. Center for Hard Recycled Materials cost in FY19 $165,000. It has 1 full-time employee and right now 3 part-time employees that don't work equal time because we have 1 gentleman that can't work. He's a retiree. We have to watch his hours. And it made $48,000 off the combination of user fees and material sales. The waste minimization fee, again, it is paid for through the last slide, like I showed you, through private haulers and the public hauler, and it's fees that are passed on to residents and businesses to help offset the recycling and education budget. And staff handed out to you guys all the programs on a piece of paper, front and back, all the recycling division and Keep Athens-Clarke County programs that this money pays for, just so you're fully aware of all the programs that are paid for out of the Landfill Enterprise Fund currently. What has changed? Really nothing that I haven't told you before. We just entered Phase 5, and Phase 5 started a new agreement. We have to honor the agreement that we made with Oglethorpe County many years ago, and they received 10% of our tip fee revenue. And so we knew that was coming, and we knew that was part of the Phase 5 expansion agreement. The landfill also could use at least two new staff members, not just for composting and recycling, but for the Phase 5. I put composting. We would like to expand composting. We need more help at the composting pad, and we could always use more help at recycling, although Brad would probably eye roll behind me and say that he needs it more for permitted activities. But we would like to and haven't had the ability to ask for new staff members in many years for the landfill. Increased consulting costs are going to go up this next year due to our expansion, but more importantly, EPD changed permitting. Some permitting changes happened. We're going to have a 5-year design and operation plan review. I just had a meeting with EPD today, and we're in what they are terming the second wave of reviews to make sure our design and operation plan is up to date. And so we're going to have a consultant that we work with to have ours up to date. Ours isn't as old as others are, but we still are going to have to make some changes. And what we're really concerned about is there was a slope failure at a landfill in North Georgia, and that has caused EPD to have kind of grave concerns about biosolids in landfills and leachate recirculation. So we could potentially have to pay for leachate in a way we've never had to pay for and work with public utilities. Frank's left, I can't even twist his arm. But we may have to have a conversation with public utilities if we are forced to dispose of leachate in a different way than we currently are able to recirculate. So that is coming down, and they we had asked today in the meeting that they send us some preliminary thoughts about recirculating leachate, and they said they'd have information for me after Thanksgiving so I could prepare my operational budget accordingly.
Andy had a question about the landfill. Okay.
So what we're here to ask tonight is how you want us to further delve into paying for our recycling and education. And so the first scenario is franchise fees. We already have a franchise fee. We charge all private haulers $100, Corey? Is it $100? Nancy, what do we? I apologize. I think it's $100 per year to operate in Athens-Clarke County. What Bill was saying is to change the franchise fee, and we can roll that $100 into the entire revenue requirement to cover recycling and education. We could still spread it over. My question was, we right now spread it over a year. They can pay 4 times in a year. He said we could still do that and still call it a franchise fee. What we did when we went looking for franchise fees, though, we found that you could also charge franchise fees by a % of haulers' monthly total gross receipts. So you get, which we don't currently do, and we don't currently ask for a copy of their, which is something I would have to speak to the attorney's office. We don't ask for their customer lists. If you did a % of their gross receipts, we'd have to ask for a customer list and ask for their what they charge. A lot of communities do it that way. That's how they charge their franchise fee, is what we found when we went looking. So that's scenario 1. I will say we will have upset private haulers. I'm not going to, they don't want to pay any more than they already pay. The waste minimization fee already is more than many of them would like to pay, although they are passing that cost on to their customers. But definitely, that's one way we could recoup the revenue for the recycling and educators. Scenario 2, we put it in here, general fund. I know it's not a flattering option. I know it takes, we can't shove everything into the general fund. In many communities, though, educators and charms, these are covered by general fund activities, typically not pay, or a combination of general fund user fees. Some are nonprofits. There are charms that are nonprofits, or a combination of charm, nonprofit user fees, and general fund. That is one way that we could pay for all of the waste reduction activities or recycling activities that we currently have. We did provide scenario 3 is a hybrid. This is what staff recommends, that we continue with a franchise fee that covers some revenue requirements. And by some, we could come back and tell you which ones if you want to tell us which ones you'd like to see covered by franchise fees, or vice versa, we could have conversation about which cost centers would be best covered by a franchise fee, or how much revenue we want to raise with that franchise fee to pay for which cost centers, and then couple that with general fund monies. Scenario 4, we could look at programs. We could always look at programs on that page, or facilities that, we feel like we no longer need, or our consumers no longer want, or our customers no longer want, our residents no longer want, and then combine what's left of that revenue requirement and do franchise fee, general fund, or the hybrid that I'm mentioning here. What we can't do is scenario 5, is what staff said, is we can't do nothing. I cannot leave the landfill with no capital reserves. Now, when I say capital reserves will run out by FY '22, that doesn't mean our post-closure and closure. By law, we have to have that money set aside, and we cannot use it for other activities. So just want to cover this again. This is, if we are going to do it by fee, this is some of the fees. We projected out 6 years, what it would cost if we want to do it per resident per month. Small commercial, large commercial, to cover 100% of that revenue requirement, and then with inflation that we might see going forward. Just to show you right now why the solid waste haulers would be upset with this. Right now, they pay us $744 per year for their customers. $19.92 if it's a commercial industrial, or $19.92 again if it's commercial industrial. And you can see the difference. If we went to a franchise fee to cover all the revenue requirements, it'd be $21.60 for residential customers, $98.40 or $196 if we split it up like this. And the only caveat I want to say here is we don't have, we heard through a lot of our recent public meetings, people love to self-haul. And if we still allow self-hauling, these numbers may not be accurate because people can choose not to have a private hauler and start self-hauling. So we'd probably need to take in consideration changing our bag fee at the landfill to try to recoup the costs that they're not paying if they're not using a private hauler. Maybe raise our minimum bag price, which is $10, Brad, $10 if they... Yep, and then we could raise that minimum up, and then raise the per bag fee. Right now, it's $1.50 per bag, and that's a 6-bag maximum, or after that 6-bag maximum, and then it triggers the next level. We probably need to look at those bag fees so we could recoup some of these recycling and education costs if it's coming out of the landfill enterprise fund. So I'm just letting you know the challenges with allowing self-hauling, which I know, and we heard loud and clear. We know we have a lot of residents that love visiting the landfill and bringing their trash to the landfill. So, but that is one of the issues with self-hauling.
Any question on the slide?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. So, can you explain to me, so the haulers, if they're going to pass this fee on to their customers anyway, why do they care what it is? Why are they mad about it?
Well, it's kind of like bottle deposit in some states. Some states don't want it because you have to charge more for your product at the front end. They just don't want to charge more for their product at the front end. They know you're exactly right. They're going to pass it through, and often they not only pass it through, they list it on their bill as solid waste tax. That's what I get on my bill. When I get it from my private hauler, it just says solid waste tax on the bill. So they will pass it through. It's just anytime they have to add more to their base fee, if you want to call it that, it's not a flattering proposition for them. I mean, they did not like doing the waste minimization fee when we did the waste minimization fee. And I may be speaking out of turn for them, but okay. I don't. And what they're going to say, though, also, Andy, I guess to your point, too, is you could have one of the haulers that comes through and has the ability to reduce their base fee and then charge their solid waste fee or the waste minimization fee now, and can do it cheaper and often run specials because they're large companies and can run these specials, and it really does hurt the mid-size haulers that can't do those specials. Some of our bigger haulers have more tools in their toolbox because some of them own their own landfills and can utilize that a little differently than our mid-size haulers. So who it really hurts is our mid and small haulers that don't have the tools.
That makes sense. It's just if they were going to pass it on.
And I think they'll fear that they'll lose customers, period, to self-hauling to the landfill. And unfortunately, I would say that it probably would contribute to more illegal dumping.
Melissa?
I am not opposed to raising the franchise fee. I feel like 60 cents a month per residence right now is kind of infinitesimal considering, we're a world where we're drowning in trash and we need to pay to clean up our messes. And the best way to educate people is to hit them in the pocketbook, I guess. If we realize that we're paying, it actually costs money to process trash, which includes educating people, maybe folks will be more aware of reducing their trash. And I'm also, and I've asked this before, I'm really concerned about getting to our large-scale multifamily housing complexes. I know they're not recycling the way they should be. I know they're not reaching out to their tenants the way they should be. I'm wondering if maybe we could have a special fee that's directed towards them. I guess they're all on private haulers, correct? Or
Not all. We do have some apartment complexes that are serviced by Athens-Clarke County.
I mean, I'd like to somehow focus on a different category that is kind of specific to them. And, the fact that they have so many bedrooms all in one place, and I know they're not recycling the way they need to be.
Patrick?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. You had mentioned that self-haulers $1.50 a bag. If we pass on the fee to them, do you know what the rate increase would be?
I'd have to come back. You mean how much per bag?
Yeah.
I would need to discuss the revenue requirement with staff and look back at our rate study. I think they had some suggestions in our rate study. I need to look back, Patrick, and let you know.
Tim?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I guess I would like to be looking at this in a more holistic approach. I know we're having a larger conversation just about if we're going to be doing franchising, what we're going to be doing and stuff for the countywide service and working with our private haulers. And there's so much overlap with this issue, with that. I mean, I guess I'd like to have that be part of the larger conversation, because I feel like if we do go to a system where the county's overseeing billing, we're able to have a better idea, making sure that everybody has a hauler, is paying in, that we're going to be able to increase fees and have a better idea of what our revenue is going to be. I want this to be part of that larger conversation.
Suki, is this part of a planned agenda cycle?
We have asked to be on the work session again in January to share with you guys the survey findings for the franchise and also the public input sessions we had with some recommendations there. My only fear is, to speak to Commissioner Denson, is the time. To franchise the zones, it will take several cycles, years. Minimally, we heard from Gwinnett County, it took them 2 to 3 years to implement because a lot, especially once you get into, my only fear is I don't want to run up against this
I see what you're saying.
fiscal year 22 running out of capital money for our landfill. But we will be here in January to share all our findings there and talk about franchising or zone franchising.
And I definitely think that's a very good point. I think it makes sense then for us to have a plan in place that gets us there. But if we know we're going to have a completely different pay structure, that would probably change how we're going to make a decision about this also. So we maybe have a plan that's in place for the next 2 years, but then a different plan goes into place for the complete overhaul.
Gotcha.
Suki or Manager Williams, when would the hybrid franchise fee recommendation be before the mayor and commission on an agenda item?
Well, I think after the January work session, we'll bring you some more information, we'll get some more feedback from you, and then we'll judge from there.
And yes, we'd like everything to go into, in the FY20, the budget cycle, is why we're here tonight, so that we can bring you some scenarios after the January work session and move forward, at least with this portion of our budget.
Yeah, Russell?
I guess, so if I'm looking at your current budget for each program facility slide here, I mean, am I reading that correctly, that there's roughly a $900,000 shortfall annually?
No.
I'm looking at the expenditure, yeah, that one.
Oh, we mean we don't make revenues, yes, that
So
we
we-
depend on the land, sorry, I wasn't following you.
Right, so.
Yes, sir, we do, and have always, it was set up with the purpose to use the excess of the tip fee
Right.
that comes in to pay for recycling and education. So, yes, now,
were
past
hoping-
years, we've made more off the recycling facility,
Yeah.
not this year.
We were hoping to implement a fee that our departed attorney recommended against. We have a new attorney, so I would like to maybe get his stamp of approval on that, or just a second from our current attorney. Because we're talking about some dramatic changes here, but a $900,000 annual shortfall that we're trying to recoup by imposing different types of fees on our citizens, is this maybe an opportunity to explore a restructuring of collection countywide? Does this present an opportunity to perhaps present an alternative to the citizens of the county and say, instead of opposing all these new fees and taxes, we're going to handle collection countywide? What would that look like?
We can certainly look at that, but that's a different enterprise fund we're talking about. This enterprise fund that we're here, Commissioner Edwards, is the landfill enterprise fund, and the collections is separate to that, and doesn't actually, these fees don't have anything to do with the solid waste collections enterprise fund. But we could see if there'd be savings, if you want us to look into what it would look like if the county did. I mean, we could certainly look at that, but it's two different cost center, two different enterprise funds.
And there's rules governing how you can transfer in and out of each enterprise.
There are. We
restrict.
don't. We typically we do to pay for the waste minimization fee. So we do some transferences when it's approved by you guys, like the waste minimization fee transferred from the solid waste enterprise fund to the landfill enterprise fund, and then we also transfer out at the beginning of the year from the landfill enterprise fund to general fund.
And our collections enterprise fund pays the landfill enterprise fund for disposal.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
I mean, we act like, I mean, it's weird, they'll tell you, but it's like two separate entities, because we have to keep it straight. Otherwise, we don't say, just because it's our trucks going to the landfill, they're still charged the $42 a ton, and then we get the bill.
Functionally, the way it would work is the county would collect more from solid waste collection by collecting countywide. We'd recoup these 4,000 phantom dumpers. And then
wherever yes.
And then the landfill enterprise fund could then charge more from the collection fund to make up this $900,000 shortfall.
And if we collected all the materials, we'd need to be acutely aware of the projected life of the landfill. Some of the current haulers haul to other landfills. So we would need to make sure we understand the remaining capacity if we were taking all trash from all locations.
Right. Republic takes it out?
Republic takes it to Oak Grove. On the tune, about 20%, I think, goes to Oak Grove from Athens-Clarke County. Some went to R&B before, R&B, which is up in Banks County as well. So those two. And then theoretically, some haulers go to the City of Monroe transfer station, but it's ultimately transferred to typically one of those two landfills.
I mean, if I'm looking at a $900,000 shortfall annually, it does provoke me to think outside the box of what sort of dramatic changes might be possible. Barring any of those ideas that I raised, though, I would encourage, if there is going to be a franchise fee increase, that there should be an increase on self-haulers too, to provide some sort of justification to those franchisors that the potential loss of their business would be minimized by the fees would be shared. You know, if the haulers come back and say, look, we're gonna lose customers, you're gonna self-haul, we can come back and say, well, the self-hauler fees are going up too, and you can tell your customers that too. So.
Yep. All right. So I think I have what I need. Thank you. Hope I was quickly.
All right, everybody, one last item tonight, a couple of projects recommended for receipt of home funding.
You leave. We got one more. Affordable housing stuff.
And then there were 5.
Dropping like
Dedicated
flies.
commissioners.
That's right. We'll do a salary transfer for the remaining.
Plan.
I'll call a text us in the morning.
Spend a lot
table.
of time. I'm just curious.
Table for trivia over here, huh?
Should be pretty easy to
Yeah, all
figure
right.
out.
I know. This is the sparsest attended work session.
I think Director Banerjee got a nap in and then came to City Hall.
Oh, I was watching at home. My heart is with you always.
But you just felt like you had to come down and say something.
Of course. Are we ready to begin?
All right, we are ready.
Good evening. I promise I will keep this as short as possible. I want us out of here before the temperature drops below 30. So we're going to be talking about home funding recommendations. We will be talking about our consolidated plan, our home application review process, our home proposal and funding recommendations, and then review remaining schedule. So you all have heard a lot about the consolidated plan in recent months, so I'll keep it brief. That is our needs assessment and strategic plan that governs how we spend CDBG and home funding. One of those priority goals is affordable housing development and redevelopment, which ties into these funding recommendations. Our home application process, so we currently have a first-come, first-served basis for home funding. So staff reviews applications, we use a uniform rating tool to score applications, and pending your approval of these funding recommendations, we will post those scores and those funding recommendations on our website once we have approval. Our available home funding, right now, we have approximately $954,000. And the last home funding request you all approved was last December for Habitat's Kinda Tiny Homes. We have had 2 home applications from the Athens Housing Authority. So they're seeking funding for both 220 South Billop Street and 400 Bazell Avenue. So 220 South Billop Street, Housing Authority is requesting approximately $166,000 for a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. And all of these, or both of these houses, would be sold to a low-income home buyer. So that means that those home buyers would fall within the 60 to 80% area median income range. So this one has an estimated sales price of $150,000. So we are recommending funding for $142,000, and that includes $4,000 for closing costs and approximately $138,000 for construction costs. Housing Authority also has an application in for 400 Bazell Avenue. So that would be a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house with an estimated sales price of $170,000. We are recommending funding for $186,000 approximately. And again, that includes $4,000 of closing costs and approximately $182,000 for construction costs. So if these recommendations are approved by you all, then we will have approximately $625,000 remaining in home funds for other affordable housing projects. So you have an agenda item coming your way. You'll have a vote on December 3rd. And if you approve these recommendations, we will contract with Athens Housing Authority starting in January.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the Housing Authority's, I guess, perpetual affordability process for these homes. What is there a perpetual, like if these home buyers were to sell the homes?
So all of our housing partners have a slightly different affordability model. So the perpetual affordability, that's a land trust model. The affordability period for these houses would be contingent upon the subsidy in the home and really how much the home ends up selling for. We anticipate there's a range of affordability periods with home funding, so depending on the subsidy that goes into it, there's 5, 10, 15 years. We anticipate 15 years for this funding. Our hope is that if the home buyer does sell that home in that affordability period, that home would then be sold to another low-income home buyer. If that's not the case, then Housing Authority would then have to pay us back that home funding so that it goes into that kind of perpetually sustaining home funding pool.
So do they have an agreement with the homeowner that they sell it to?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They would have first right.
And would we, I mean, that you say it's 15 years, is that the condition by which we would award these funds, that it would be 15 years?
Yes, contingent upon they make their best effort to sell to another low, moderate income home buyer. We know that there are plenty of people in need in the community. We would anticipate that would sell to another home buyer. Mm-hmm. If for some reason they could not find that, again, those funds would be recaptured by HCD so that we could then put that back into another home affordable housing project. So it's different than the land trust model.
Mm-hmm. I mean, is there I guess there's a formula for the equity that's built up in the home. in that 15-year period? Is there, or is it just market rate, whatever they can get for it?
I believe it would be market rate.
Yeah, because I've heard, I mean, the way our neighborhoods have changed in last decade or two, I've heard that there are former housing authority homes that are now student housing, generating possibly $800 a bedroom, but I guess they were sold after that affordability period expired.
Yes. So again, that is the difference between land trust model and housing authorities model. There are pros and cons. There's a little more homebuyer control with the housing authority model in some senses. But again, pros and cons. But hopefully that affordability period would be continued for 15 years, or ideally longer for that homebuyer to remain in that housing.
Other questions for Haley? Haley, just kind of before we end the evening, one thing I would note, are the real dollar costs of these homes. As we've talked a lot about housing affordability and our potential contribution through SPLOST and other mechanisms. If you look at these homes, you've got, essentially 160 or more than $160 a foot. If you look at the 920 square foot 2-bedroom home for approximately $150,000. And this is on a lot that's already owned by the housing authority and with no profit motive at all. So, I think that's worth all of us absorbing when it comes to thinking, as we look at hopefully larger scale projects and hopefully integrated, affordable and market rate projects, realizing that it's going to take significant contribution to have an affordability component for some of those larger projects.
Haley, could we talk after the meeting?
Yes.
All right, everyone. Oh, yeah, Russell.
I've seen these homes going up that Habitat's doing, and I think it's going to be a great project. So, well done. I'm excited to see those get done. Thank
So are
you.
we.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, everyone. Please have a great night.